It's time to start the only way we know how, with the warm-up. Brought to you from our friends at Brick & Barrel. With a wonderful family atmosphere, Brick & Barrel has a beautiful beer garden and is just the place to take in a game or celebrate after. Brick & Barrel, 155 Joyner Parkway in Lincoln. The way you warm up is the way you perform. So to be the best, you gotta warm up with the best. So warm up with us as we sit down with a member of the Potters coaching staff to talk all things Potters. It's time to get loose and warm up right here on Stone's Radio Networks.
Only a couple of games left, so we had to go to the very tippy top of the Potters coaching staff. Matt Lundgren, the general manager, the president, part owner of the Lincoln Potters, is with us today. Matt, thanks for coming up and joining us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Now, in years gone by, you've been the general manager, and then you were the part owner. This year, you added president to your title. So, any new duties, any that weigh heavily upon you, adding that duty?
No, not really. I'm able to delegate a little more, and but with the new title, I get more blame. So when stuff goes wrong, it comes back at you. But it's worth it.
You're kind of used to that. So speaking of delegating, I was going to mention, because we had Tatiana up here earlier, and we've talked to Nolan many times over the past. So those are the two guys, it seems to me, that in the hierarchy are right beneath you, and they're getting a lot of your work done. So tell me a little bit about what those two guys do.
Yeah, I mean, they're the bones of the operation. Yeah. They handle all the day-to-day business stuff that you don't see behind the scenes.
Right.
So everything you see in a given game, it's usually they had their hands on it in some way, shape, or form, from the groups, the promotions, what type of entertainment we have. So, they're all over it.
Yeah, I know it's nice, too, because they're the people that people deal with, and they're also out here all the time. Tatiana's at the front gate, and Nolan's walking around, usually rolling kegs around, but he's out here doing something. So before the season started, at the beginning, we were talking about some innovations you guys had out here. We talked about the VIP area, the seating, and stuff like that. So how have they been met with by the people?
Fantastic. I think the VIP area specifically.
It's packed every night, Matt.
We've never had more group sales over there, which I think that. I don't know if it's a direct reflection on that or just because we're getting more popular, getting our name out there more. But I think it definitely helps, especially for return business. And someone comes out and they say, "Whoa, holy cow, this is really nice over here. I'm gonna book my other team out here." That's been super good. Some of the other improvements that we're working on. We got the Brick & Barrel.
Yeah. Backyard, we're going to do the improvements in the future, but let's talk about the ones we already did. We got the Brick & Barrel backyard of the misters and the TV. It's fantastic out there.
That's a great spot. I can hear you guys and watch you guys live. When I'm walking around, I can still get a piece of the action that everyone gets to see at home. So, I love the addition of that. Brick & Barrel Kitchen and Bar really stepped up and helped made that really kind of place you want to hang out. I don't mind waiting in line over there now.
No, and I love it too because it's a great place to talk about because it lives up to what it's supposed to. So we talked about the new seating and everything. So what are some infrastructure things that you're looking at doing for next year, maybe in the future?
I think the number one thing we really want to do is increase this. Well, first of all, we're always looking at ways to how we can increase the capacity, our seating capacity, right? So on our big nights, you've seen it here, there's not a place to sit sometimes. Right. We got standing room only. So we want to have the ability to make it more comfortable for our fans. So adding more seats is super important. And I think the no-brainer one is increasing the size of the berm. So we want
the grassy knoll.
If you look at the fence that's directly behind it,
right,
it's kind of why is that even there?
It's kind of like a bullpen thing back in the day or something, but there's no reason for it.
So our plan is to take the fence that's directly to the foul or the opposite side out and double the berm size completely.
Oh my gosh, that's fantastic.
So that's hopefully something. That's the big project we want to do for next year. And I know Nolan and Tatiana and I and Clifton, he's got some ideas. We'll probably do a couple other things as well.
I imagine he does, yeah.
Yeah, but that's the big one. I really think that'll improve the area. Really have a place for kids to be able to hang out and play too. That's a big one on my list.
Yeah, we have the Brick & Barrel backyard side and we have the bounce house side. That's what we have so far, and you're going to increase the capacity. That's what wanted to talk to you about too, because I've been out here. This is 6 years now, and the crowds are always great out here. The crowds are great, but this year it seems like, Matt, people came from there are new people coming from somewhere else or something. It just seems like this year there's just more people out here, and maybe it's like you said, they've heard about it or something, but it just seems like this year, even when it was hot, and I said, "Why are you people here?"
Yeah.
They still came out here.
Yeah.
It's an amazing year for that.
Yeah, it's been, and I think the thing too, we may have had a couple single game larger crowds last year, but this year's been super consistent.
Yes,
even through the heat, but June specifically, I mean, we were having 5-6 games a week, and we were
fantastic,
sold out almost every night. We were just looking at the statistics the other day. Out of our patrons that we can track if they use their credit card and either buying tickets or buying food and beverage or merchandise, that it was almost 66% were new patrons that hadn't been here before.
News.
So
great news.
that's really encouraging for us. And there's even more people out there who haven't heard about us, so we want to get them out here too. But yeah, that's a good start.
Yeah, and it's 66% of the people. This is the only Potters stadium they know. So this is what they're using. This is the standard for them as all the innovations you got. So did you meet? I don't know if you have write down goals or whatever before the season, but it seems like it's been successful on many different aspects. Did you meet all the goals that you had as far as this season? I mean, I know some of them probably are team-wise, and that's a little different.
So I was going to say, so far, we've exceeded all of our goals on the backside. We really want to bring home a CCL championship.
I understand that.
That's the
We're
the
getting a
next
little
one.
hot lately. I think we won 6 out of 7, something like that. So looking good.
Yeah, against two of the better teams in the league. So,
but also almost all on the road.
Yep.
And that was what I was buying. We're giving you guys this stadium. Come on, we got misters, we got everything, you guys, and they came through for us the other day, and I'm sure they will again tonight. Yep. So finally, why don't you give us a little taste? I know that you're focused on the CCL, but we do have something coming up after that. The West Coast World Series, the 3rd annual West Coast World Series. Tell people a little bit about that.
Yeah, so that'll be August 8th through the 11th. We've got, it's going to be 8 teams again. We haven't gone back to the 16-team mega tournament that we did.
That was a big
year.
one, yeah.
But it's a little easier for us to handle here. Just at this facility, we do 8 teams. We've got a couple teams that are returning. We got the West Coast Kings, who they've a former champion. They'll be back.
The first year,
the team that we beat in the championship last year, the Philippines national team.
They were that was a great team.
So it'll be a really good field, and it's almost identical format to last year. A couple little tweaks here and there, just for. Mainly on the player side, make them a little more comfortable. But it should be a really good tournament, and we're looking forward to it.
And just LincolnPotters.com to get all the information for that.
Yeah. So LincolnPotters.com. We have a bunch of stuff on our social media as well with information. As far as tickets, you can get a full tournament pass for $25 at you.
Oh my gosh, fantastic.
All 15 games.
Last year's was really exciting. It was fantastic. Potters came home with the win, but the Filipino national team was incredible to have here. So Matt, thanks so much for stopping by. Congratulations on the season so far. We still got a CCL title to go, but congratulations so far. We're right back after this on the Stones Radio Networks.
Thank you.
Lincoln Potters Baseball. Placer County's best-kept secret is back for another exciting summer at historic McBean Stadium. 33 action-packed home games loaded with fun for the whole family, local beer, wine, and eats, fireworks, giveaways, theme nights, kids zone, and more. Come join in the fun and enjoy small-town baseball with Major League Entertainment. Tickets on sale now at LincolnPotters.com.
Lincoln Potters Baseball. Come on out and join in the fun.
Here's a quick look back at Potter seasons past.
Of his newfangled electronics. 0-2, here's the pitch. Another breaking ball. That's hit well to left field. Going back, forget about it. Nolan McCarthy has cleared the wall, and the Potters lead 3-0. McCarthy's 3rd home run of the season. 16 runs batted in for Nolan now, and he just got a breaking ball that was hung up by Shu, and he did not miss it. The backstop gets him on the field somehow. 2-2 pitches hit a ton to right field. If it stays fair, it's out of here. It is gone. He got all of that one down the right field line. Chase Stanky, home run number 2. Chase got one on the end. It's not official. High in the air, left field, and hit really, really well. Going back. And forget about it. Matthew Lee home run. Potters lead 4-0. Talk about showcase that. A 2-run blast to left field by Matthew Lee, his first of the summer. And Andrew Stapleton, the right-hander, stretches, looks over at third at Furry, who's just goofing around. Swung on, hit well to left center field. On his horse is Kenny DeSalle, still going after it, and it is out of here. It's a home run for J.T. Walden. Kenny DeSalle kept running after it. We're trying to track it, and went out of here in left center field. J.T. Walden, home run number 5, and the Potters now lead. But, yeah, Willie Preston, you know Willie over there, the best in the business.
I do know Willie.
That ball's
Hi, Willie.
hit deep to right field.
Another one.
Everybody's looking at it because it is gone.
It is out of here.
There you go. You should have called it.
There
Why
you
didn't
go.
I call it?
Well, we had time. That was
Trevor
beautiful.
Tashenko with his second home run of the summer, his second run bat into the day. And I don't know what it is, Miss Christina Werner, but the bats are going
fire
nuts.
right now.
They are going nuts. And I don't think it's Spider-Man. I think it's you.
I think it is me.
I think it is you.
Yeah.
Breaking ball's hit high in the air to center
Oh,
field.
he's
and
back,
it's
back,
hit
back,
deep.
back, back.
Dussel goes all the
right
way
there.
back
It
and
is out of here.
and forget about it. Nolan McCarthy
Gone.
over the top of the batter's eye in center field. That is an impressive
That
home run.
was a home run.
Called perfectly by Christina Werner of Fox 40.
Out of here. That was a
Coming up, Potters Baseball on Stones Radio Networks.
Gooseport Public House. We have sports on 10 big screen TVs, 23 beer taps with classics and crafts, a full bar with creative craft mixed drinks, live music, and most importantly, great fresh food. In downtown Roseville off Vernon Street. Only 15 minutes from the ballpark. See ya at Gooseport.
Here's a quick look back at Potter seasons past.
3. Hit high, hit deep, hit out of the park. If it's fair, it is fair. Forget about that one. Justin Olson got a hold of another one, and nobody gets a hold of him like Justin Olson. 2-run home run. Potters lead this one 5-3. Second home run for Justin Olson. 8 runs batted in now. And no doubt about well, there was doubt about that one. Would it go foul before it left the Earth's gravity? 1 ball and no strikes. Now, I'm sure the Potters fans will say, well, wait a minute, what about that breaking ball that should have been a strike? That was hit sharply down the third baseline. Backhand by Ferry. He has to pick it up and throw it on a hop to first. I think he got him. He did. What a play by Trey Ferry behind third base, almost on the outfield grass. Kind of bobbled it, had to get it back, threw it on a hop across the diamond. Justin Olson scoops it up comfortably over the fence out there. Here's the 3-1 on Olson. Swings it, hits it high and deep to right field. Nobody, that's not 5 feet over. That's not 10 feet. That's way out of here. Justin Olson, number 3, and the Potters have tied it up at 1. You could kind of feel it coming watching Justin take that first pitch or so, and he really got a hold of that one. 3 home runs now and 9 RBIs, and this game is tied 1-1.
And Ryan Sturgeon warming up for the Potters, and there is a shot by Drew Stahl. That is out of here. Drew Stahl with a big shot right over the right field wall. Got out of here in a hurry, but that just put the Potters on top, 9-1. This one is long gone, high into the night, and Justin Olson puts a charge into that one. Home run for Justin Olson, and that makes this game a little closer at 9-4. Colorado Springs.
Hitting the air to left field. Going over is Bowser. Still going. That ball is out of here. Over the fence in left field. A home run for Chase Stanky. Reached down and lifted that one to left field, and the Potters have a 2-1 lead. First home run of the summer for Chase.
Coming up, Potters Baseball on Stones Radio Networks.
Nothing. Hit that one up in the air to left field. Going back is Allen. Still going back. He runs out of room. That ball's out of here. Peyton Brennan did it again. So, I don't know. Again, it's Texas, so you don't really know. That's hit out to center field, short center field. Jansen is coming in. He falls down, gets up, makes the catch. And then he's going to throw. It's going to come to third. Chamiso cuts it off. The tag is applied, and I think they got him at third base. They did. And I do believe the run is scored. We'll double check and make sure. Ryan Cooner. High fly ball right field. Going back. Forget about it. A pinch hit home run for Luke Lavin. Fourth Potters home run of the game. 2 balls and 1 strike. Castellanos comes down the line at the third. That's it sharply down the line at third. What a play by Furry. Gets up, throws it across the diamond on a hop to first. What a play by Trey Furry. The runner could not advance. Off first a little bit. Here's the 1-1. Line drive left field. Garrity's going back. He's still going back. Reaches up. And he got it. The throw comes in. First base relay. Double play. Garrity with an unbelievable catch that no one, including me, thought he caught because he was flying away. He jumps up, sticks the ball up in the air, gets it into the second baseman, Auden, who throws to first for the double play.
Potters fans, Potter up.
Hello and welcome to McBean Stadium in Lincoln, California for another exciting night of Lincoln Potters baseball. I'm Mark the Phantom Lowe, along with my partner, the great Stones McCoy, and Engineer Riley. And tonight the Potters return to the Bean for the second of a 3-game series against the Solano Mudcats. The Potters won on the road in Game 1 yesterday, 19-4, behind a 22-hit attack, including 4 from Luke Lavin and 3 hits and 3 runs batted in from newcomer Alex Johnson. With the win, Lincoln improved their record in the CCL to 16-14. They are 2 ahead of Sonoma for the final playoff spot with just 5 games remaining. Potters have won 3 straight. Manager John Peters looking for his team to stay hot tonight with the thought of getting that much closer to the postseason. It all starts with our first pitch right after this short break on the Stones Radio Networks.
It begins on the farm, where hard work breeds motivation. Care is taken under watchful eyes. With new growth comes inspiration, where playtime is mandatory. Welcome to Dueling Dogs Brewing Company. Meet the Stevens, a husband and wife who work hand in hand to craft exclusive small batch beer, mead, and cider. Using locally sourced ingredients to ensure freshness in every glass. Where a community of farmers, local artisans, and amazing food make for a truly inspired atmosphere. At the end of the day, we know the value of hard work. The families it unites, it's in the pride we take, the stories we tell, and the best friends who are cherished. Dueling Dogs Brewing Company.
Well, hello again, everybody, and welcome to McBean Stadium in Lincoln, California. Mark the Phantom Lowe here with Engineer Riley, and the Star Spangled Banner has been completed beautifully, and we're looking out on the field at all the 12 Bridges cheerleaders and dance leaders and yell leaders, and it's Rhino Night here at McBean Stadium. The Fighting Rhinos from 12 Bridges High School are very well represented, and we'll be seeing them perform all throughout the ball game, a ball game between the hometown Lincoln Potters and the Solano Mudcats. The Potters won yesterday 19-4 down in Fairfield, and they sit now at 16-14 in CCL play with 5 games to go. This one tomorrow down in Fairfield again, and then a series over the weekend against the Bay Area Admirals. Friday and Sunday will be home games here at McBean Stadium in that one. 6:05 is the start time on Friday because there will be fireworks on Friday. 6:35 on Sunday, the final day, Fan Appreciation Day. Today it's also Wine Wednesday. So, I mean, that's pretty good. Ladies, you're getting, I think ladies get in free too because it's Wednesday night, but I don't know. Don't quote me on that. But it is Wine Wednesday, I do know that, and it is Fighting Rhinos night. So that is what we're doing here at the ballpark. Besides, of course, Colin Riley and the rest of his Potter teammates on the mound and on the field against the Solano Mudcats. Colin has had a very impressive summer. 7 games he's appeared in. He started 2. He's 14 2/3 innings. Just a 1.84 ERA. He's 1-0, and his last outing was a real good one against the league-leading Prune Packers. He went 5 innings, gave up no runs, and struck out 6 on a no decision. So Colin, a right-hander from Seagirt, New Jersey, which is a tremendous place, and I already know that, and I need lots of memorabilia from there, Seagirt and Tulane University, and we'll talk about memorabilia I have received at a later date in today's game. But right now, Riley finishing up his warm-up toss. Is Nolan Wilson behind the plate for the Potters in this one? As we look at Jordan Bajorgensen walk off the screen there, he is the photographer. You know, he's out here more than when he worked here. He worked here as an intern for 2 years. He was never around. Now he's said, I'm not going to be out at any Potters games this year. He's been here every game. He's at more games than I'm at. So anyway, good for Jordan. He works for Gold Country Media and writes for the Lincoln News Messenger and the Auburn Journal, and covers Bay Area or prep sports, and does a fantastic job doing that. He's going to be covering even more teams this year as he's dipped down into the 12 Bridges and Lincoln area. So let's get started. Bronson Balholm, the first hitter against the pitcher Colin Riley. Bronson out of Tempe, Arizona, and Arizona State University, hits .282. No home runs, 11 runs batted in. He is the second baseman for the Mudcats here. The Mudcats of Solano as we get this one started. Riley goes from the windup to start this one off. First pitch is a fastball. It's in there for a strike at 86 from Colin Riley. First pitch at 6:41, and according to the best in the business, Mr. Willie Preston, who's wearing just a regular Potters polo today. Usually Willie's got a great combination. There's a ground ball out towards second base. First baseman cuts it off and tagged at first by Riley. So that was the first baseman, Luke Lavin, went out and got it and threw it over to Riley covering for the first out. And that's a very good time for us to look at the defensive alignment as they just try to mess us up. Luke Lavin, as we see at first, Patrick Herrera at second today, J.J. Justin Menacini is at short, Ruben Church at third, Alexander Johnson out in left field, Tyler Garrity in center, Dominic Rodriguez in right, and Nolan Wilson, as mentioned, behind the plate. Ben Higdon, our DH today. Next pitch to Max McGee, their left fielder, is fouled out of play. Max hitting at .280, also 11 runs batted in for the Mudcats. Trying to get Max's information. They seem to want to keep it from me. They don't want me to know about Max. So that's okay. I understand that. That one is outside for a ball. We do know he's hitting .280 and no home runs and 11 runs batted in. There he is from Pleasanton, California. He goes to Delta College down in Stockton. Tremendous baseball program down there. 0-2 now on Max McGee. Here's Riley's pitch. Breaking ball swung on and missed. He got him on strikes. Impressive strikeout for Colin Riley. 2 outs, and that brings up Jake Tandy, the designated hitter. Jake out of West Sacramento, California in the UOP. Also down in Stockton, hitting a very respectable .322 for the summer. 1 home run and a dozen runs batted in for Jake. Up here against Riley as we're just getting started on a very nice Wednesday evening. Another tremendous crowd out here to check out the Potters. That one's fouled out of play to our right. Brick and Barrel backyard doing pretty good business, I would say, for the top of the first inning. Huh, Riley? Riley doesn't care. He's already had 2 hot dogs. He doesn't really care about the Brick and Barrel. Oh, he's only had 1. I'm sorry. He's holding 1 for later in the game. Oh, Fat Cat makes the best hot dogs. So you made a good choice there, Riley. And they are very busy tonight. Here's the 0-1. Inside. Moves him back. 86 again by Colin Riley. 1 ball, 1 strike. We mentioned Colin his last outing, 5 innings. And nothing given up to the Healdsburg Prune Packers, who are fighting to keep their division lead, just a game and a half over Walnut Creek. Breaking ball is in there for a strike, 1-2 now. As the Crawdads came from behind to beat the Prune Packers yesterday, 5-4. The two teams meeting again to start about 45 minutes ago in Healdsburg. One-two coming up for Colin Riley. Tandy watches one outside. Evens the count at 2-2. Stompers playing the Admirals today. That one also starting about 6:05. So 3 games going on pretty much at the same time here in the CCL North as we get down to the end of the season. It concludes this Sunday. 2-2 pitch is squibbed out towards second. Cut off by Lavin again as Luke tosses it to Riley. And he likes to make plays at first base, Luke Lavin. 1-2-3 for the Mudcats. We go to the bottom of the first. Mudcats nothing. Potters coming to bat.
Loomis Basin Brewing Company, a proud sponsor of your Lincoln Potters. Visit them at 3277 Swetzer Road in Loomis or call 916-259-2739.
Have you ever wondered, what is CMN? I thought so. Let me help. CMN stands for Children's Miracle Network, a non-profit organization that raises money for children's hospitals. Locally, UC Davis Children's Hospital is your CMN hospital, the only one in our area. It is a nationally ranked comprehensive children's hospital that provides the highest quality of care to pediatric patients like me. How is this level of care possible? With help from CMN donations. CMN teamed with corporate partners and community donors to fundraise for things like equipment, research, and patient care. All money raised locally during campaigns like this stays local to support children treated at UC Davis Children's Hospital. Sick and injured kids can't wait to get the care they need. And thanks to generous donors, partners, and fundraisers like you, we don't have to. Please give wherever you see the Miracle Balloon, and thank you for supporting CMN at UC Davis.
Lincoln Potters Baseball. Come on out and join in the fun.
Bottom of the first from McBean Stadium. Potters are going to send up the first three hitters, Tyler Garrity, Reuben Church, and Ben Higdon, against the right-hander Brian Arantia out of Fairfield, California. The freshman from New Mexico Junior College is 0-2 in the season with a 4.26 ERA. 19 innings pitched, 17 walks, and 15 strikeouts. And here is Tyler Garrity hitting a robust .287 for the Potters. He has 22 runs batted in and 22 runs. He's very near the team lead in runs batted in. He also has 12 hits in his last 9 games. First pitch is inside for a ball. Information gathered by Jack Silva, also known as Bulldog, who's doing his last game today as an intern. So, I'm going to miss the notes. He leaves me every day. That's fouled off. He leaves like Reuben Church, how many games, what's his average, RBIs and stuff. And at the bottom of today's, he put his own name there and told me how many games he played, how many articles he wrote, and how many post-game interviews he did, which I thought was pretty darn good. So it is 1-1 on Tyler Garrity out of Seneca, Kansas. Look out. That one hit him right in the back, and he probably didn't hear me say that, so I guess he couldn't get out of the way. A tailing fastball to the right-handed hitter, and there's nowhere for him to go. So he will go down to first base, and that'll bring up Reuben Church from Maryville, Tennessee. Reuben is .275 on the season. We'll go defensively now before we talk more about Reuben. Defensively for the Mudcats, Max McGee in left, Nate Hamburger in center, Lou Piazza in right. Ben Pernetti at third, Jeff Hoffman at short, Bronson Balholm at second, and Josh Pernetti over at first. Nate Schwartz behind the plate, Brian Arantia on the mound, and Jake Tandy, the DH. There goes Garrity. It's chopped slowly down to third base, picked up by Pernetti across the diamond to Pernetti, and Garrity wants to go to third, and he is in there. He was running on the pitch and just kept on going. Good job covering the bag by the shortstop Hoffman, but just did not get the tag down on Tyler in time. So it's a ground out by Church. Garrity moves 2 bags, and he is at third with 1 out now, and that'll bring up Ben Higdon. .268 for Ben. 4 home runs, 17 runs batted in. He's from Paducah, Kentucky. You knew that. And the University of Kentucky. Left-handed hitter against the right-hander Arantia. Takes a fastball and it's high and it's outside. 1-0 on Ben. He's followed in the lineup by Patrick Herrera and then Nolan Wilson. Luke Lavin hitting 6th. Rodriguez, Mendocini, and Johnson the last 3. Ben takes inside for a ball, 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes on Ben Higdon. Arantia in the windup now with Garrity at third. Higdon hits it high up in the air to left field. Going back is McGee, still going back, and it's a foul ball, and nobody knew where it was, but the umpire thankfully was out there because the left fielder just looked up and went, I don't know. I don't know. It was carrying out there. I was hoping it was going to stay fair, Willie, because it might have got out of here. Big Ben sends one down the left field line, but it's 2 balls and 1 strike on a mysterious foul ball. You know, you'd like to have those once in a while. Grassy Knoll got a lot of people down there. They could have kind of pushed it fair if they wanted to. 2-1 coming up. Check swing, he went around 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Higdon. Potters have a runner at third and just 1 out here in the bottom of the first. Just getting started from McBean. Great crowd out here on a very nice Wednesday evening. Nice because it's only 2 digits in the temperature. Fouled off the catcher's glove. Nate Schwartz thinking he should have had it. That would have been a very nice play by Nate Schwartz if he would have been able to hold on that one. So it stays at 2-2 on Ben Higdon. Swings and misses. Off-speed pitch at 81 got him on strike. So a big out right there for Arantia. His first strikeout, and that'll bring up Patrick Herrera, who's been very hot with the bat for the Potters. 4 home runs in the month of July. He's also got 12 runs batted in, batting at a .306 clip. He's also scored 22 runs on the season. Patrick out of Mesa, Arizona, in the University of Kentucky. Garrity's still at third, but now 2 outs. That's in the dirt. That's a nice block by Nate Schwartz right there because Garrity's already a third of the way down here, and he's looking to pounce if he sees that ball roll just a little bit further away, but it doesn't, so it's 1-0. Photographer Sarah in the house today. Another best in the business. We got Willie the best in the business and Sarah the best in the business. That's pretty good, you know, because there's not a lot of best in the businesses, and we got 2 of them. 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball's high. 2-0 on Patrick Herrera with Nolan Wilson, who's been swinging a hot bat for the Potters. At .347 on the season. He is on deck. Brian Arantia. 2-0. Swing and a miss. That's another off-speed pitch. Same one that got Higdon and got Herrera there. So it's 2-1 on Patrick. Potters wearing their, I don't know what they call them, their Potter Up jerseys. I don't know. They're like, we got a time here. The umpire says, wait a minute. He's trying to figure out what they call the jerseys. You can't throw the pitch now. There's some sort of name for them, though. I mean, besides sleeveless, there's like a style or something. I'll get my people on it, although all my people are leaving. Inside, did that hit him or hit the bat? I think it hit Patrick Herrera. So he'll go down to first base. Second hit batter of the inning. And that brings up Nolan Wilson. So here's Nolan Wilson out of Roseville, California. As we said, hitting at .347, .390 on base percentage, 19 runs batted in, 18 runs scored. He's scored 8 times in the last 6 games. He had a couple of 4-hit games back-to-back last week. Let's see if the runner's going. He is not. Wilson hits it right into right field for a base hit. Around second, headed over to third, is Patrick Herrera. No, he's going to get back to second base and the throw is behind him, but he is safe. So Nolan Wilson comes up, pokes a single to right field, picks up another run batted in. That gives him 20 on the season. Garrity scores. Herrera staying at second. The first hit for the Potters, and now they have a run. And here is Luke Lavin, who's also been swinging a hot bat. 12 hits in his last 9 games. He's got his average up to .292. Pair of home runs and 15 runs batted in. Also 15 runs scored. So Potters have been playing well lately, and been on both sides, pitching and hitting, and defense, as a matter of fact, has been very good for the Potters over the last week or so. First and second, 2 outs. Here's Arantia's pitch. Luke fouls it back to the screen. It goes back on the field, and look at JoJo. JoJo just sprinting out there. And sprinting back in. Maybe you'll see JoJo later. Probably not see him later in the game if he's on foul ball duty. Maybe tomorrow. Or maybe on Friday when we've got, Star Wars not on Friday too. I almost forgot. You don't have your tickets yet. That'll put you over the top. Luke takes a fastball in there for a strike at 90 miles an hour from Arantia. Good velocity, 0-2. Shortstop Jeff Hoffman playing right behind the runner at second, so he cannot get too much of a lead out there, Patrick Herrera, with the left-hand hitting Lavin at the plate. Hits it right back up the middle, but standing right there is the shortstop. He bobbles it, but steps on second for the out. So maybe there's no runner on second. He's not there, but Lavin is retired. 1 run for the Potters and 1 hit. We go to the top of the second. Potters lead this 1-0.
It begins on the farm, where hard work breeds motivation. Care is taken under watchful eyes. With new growth comes inspiration, where playtime is mandatory. Welcome to Dueling Dogs Brewing Company. Meet the Stevens, a husband and wife who work hand in hand to craft exclusive small batch beer, mead, and cider. Using locally sourced ingredients to ensure freshness in every glass. Where a community of farmers, local artisans, and amazing food make for a truly inspired atmosphere. At the end of the day, we know the value of hard work. The families it unites, it's in the pride we take, the stories we tell, and the best friends who are cherished. Dueling Dogs Brewing Company.
Lincoln Potters Baseball. Come on out and join in the fun.
Top of the second inning, Potters with the early 1-0 lead. Jeff Hoffman will start us off, then Ben Pernetti, then Josh Pernetti. So a couple of Pernettis after Hoffman for the Mudcats here in the second. Jeff, a very impressive hitter, 375 for the summer, a home run and 7 runs batted in. He's out of Salida, California, and Willamette University, which I think is in Oregon, but it might be in Washington. I don't know. Riley doesn't know. That's great. Fouled off, 0-1. Willie, is today Wine Wednesday? And is it Ladies' Night? Is it Ladies' Night? Oh, man, it is. Fantastic. Get out here now. Breaking ball misses the outside corner. What a nice crowd out here. Now, I don't think that young lady gets any Wine Wednesday. She's a couple of years away from that, Riley, wouldn't you say? That one's fouled back to the screen, which this guy right in front of me was going to catch. Did you see him? When screen, I like the reflexes. Riley doesn't even ever move, so I like reflexes, except to get his hot dog, which I've got to admit, he goes very quickly to grab that thing. Now, don't bring it over here. Put it back over where it was. You don't need it yet. 1-2 pitch to Hoffman. It's in the dirt. 2-2. Colin Riley out of Seagirt, New Jersey, and Tulane University. That was in the dirt again. 3-2. A couple of easy takes for Hoffman. Riley with 9 walks over his first 14 2/3. Make that 15 2/3 innings now. Might be the last time we see him during the regular season with just a couple of games remaining. That's lined over shortstop into left field for a base hit. Cutting it off out there is Alex Johnson, getting it back in. But Hoffman, as evidenced by his 375 average, he waited for a pitch he could hit and drilled into left field for the first hit of the game for the Mudcats. That'll bring up Ben Pernetti, who's only had 15 at-bats on the summer, but 7 of them have been base hits. So he is doing quite well, is Mr. Pernetti. Out of Elk Grove, California, and Delta College. Left-handed hitter. First pitch is high with a fastball at 83 from Colin Riley. 1-0 on Pernetti with Hoffman down at first base. Shadows haven't even got really out to the mound yet here, so everybody's playing in the sunshine. That one is also high. 2 balls and no strikes on Ben Pernetti. Make sure I gave you the right information. Yeah, Ben is from Elk Grove. Josh is listed from Ceres, California. But this is Ben, and he's got a 2-0 count. Swing and a miss. Took something off that one. A good pitch by Riley. Brunetti probably working on the 2-0. Thought that maybe I'll get myself a fastball here. He did not. And now it is 2-1. Throw over to first base, and Hoffman is back easily. Tag over there by Luke Lavin. Might be the first time we've seen Luke at first base this summer. 2-1 pitch coming up. High fly ball, right field, giving ground is Rodriguez. Still going back, and he makes a nice running catch. Now he dropped the ball. He had the ball and dropped the ball. The runner's going to advance to third, and at first is Pernetti. So Rodriguez went a long way into right center field. Looked like he had the catch and dropped the ball. Moving to third is Hoffman, and at first is Pernetti. Looking over to my scorekeepers. They give an error on the right fielder. I think he went a long way to get that one. But it doesn't matter because it's first and third, nobody out here in the second, and Josh Pernetti, the hitter. 237 for Josh. Also a left-handed hitter. 2 home runs and 13 runs batted in. That's down in the dirt for a ball, 1-0. I guess Josh Pernetti, the Dueling Dogs batter, which means if he strikes out, 50% off Dueling Dogs over at the Brick and Barrel backyard, which is a tremendous deal, I might say. He chops that one foul back to the screen. So it's 1-1 on Josh Pernetti with Ben at first base and Jeff Hoffman over at third for the Mudcats. Pretty aggressive dogs on your mixtape there, Willie, that trying to get a strikeout here. I would be a little bit scared myself. 1-1 coming up from Riley. Breaking ball, and it's in there for a strike, top of the strike zone. Thought Nolan Wilson standing up a little bit might block the umpire off, but he got the call anyway. 1 ball and 2 strikes now. So that's 2/3 of the way, Riley, to 50% off Dueling Dogs. It's not the most important thing, I know, but it is important. Right-hander against left-hander. Here's the 1-2. Another breaking ball. I didn't get that one. Looked pretty good, too. Riley is a human strike zone. He tells me that was a little outside. Yeah, so, okay, I'm with that. I can understand that. I just wanted it because I got the last one. I wanted that other one. 2-2 coming up. Hit sharply into right field. That's a solid base hit. 1 run will score, tying the game up. And 2 on, and still nobody out here in the second. Pernetti picks up RBI number 14. Ben moves over to second base. Second hit of the inning, first run for the Mudcats. And here's Nate Schwartz, the catcher. 4 home runs for Nate Schwartz on the summer. 22 runs batted in for the catcher out of Los Gatos, California, and Casunas River College. Batting at .256. First pitch is a high fastball, 1-0 on Schwartz. So a single, an error, and another single for the Mudcats, and they fought right back in this one to tie it up at 1. Fastball's high and inside, 2-0. Two balls, no strikes on Schwartz. Luke Piazza, the right fielder, on deck. That's also high. So Riley working on the release point. That's 3 straight high fastballs. And let's see what Schwartz is doing here on a 3-0 count. Talk about it all the time in summer ball. Usually everybody has green lights all the time. Got a little cowbell working out there, trying to get the Potters, get a couple outs in this inning. That's a fastball in the inside corner, strike 1. 3-1 on Nate Schwartz. Nate, with those 22 runs batted in, is the tops on the Mudcats. Waits for the 3-1 pitch. That's hit high in the air to deep left field, and that ball is gone. That's a 5th home run for Nate Schwartz. Wait a minute, what do we got? Oh, sorry, that's a foul ball. But he was moving around like it was gone, and the third base coach is saying, hey, wait a minute now. The guy said it was a home run up there. Well, yeah, he's an older fellow. He doesn't see that well. I didn't see where the ball started out. It must have had a heck of a hook on it because that thing started out pretty much in left field. And but the umpire, with no hesitation, calls it a foul ball. So Potters escape one right there. And Schwartz is probably a little bit perturbed over that as he comes back in the batter's box when he thought he had left the batter's box for a while, because he got all of that one. But what it is now is 3 balls and 2 strikes. So he had the 3-1 pitch that he wanted. Looking fastball, got fastball at about 84. And the Potters escape one there. Now it's 3-2. So nothing settled as of yet. Fastball is down low for a ball. That loads the bases. Still nobody out here. And Luke Piazza, the number 8 hitter, the right fielder, with 4 runs batted in. We're going to have a meeting at the mound, and we'll step away for about 30 seconds. We're in the top of the second. Potters and Mudcats are tied. Brock Raggett's paying a visit out to his pitcher, Colin Riley. Now we're ready to go back to the ball game. Luke Piazza, the left-hand hitting right fielder, is coming to the plate. 167 for Luke, no home runs and 4 runs batted in. He's up here and a chance to do some damage to the Potters. He's from Simi Valley, California, and UC Davis. First pitch is in the dirt, 1-0 on Piazza. He's followed by Nate Hamburger, the number 9 hitter, and then we go top of the order, Bronson Balholm. 2 singles, an error, and a walk so far for the Mudcats. They've scored once, and they have the bases loaded. Nobody out here in the second. That's in the dirt again, blocked by Nolan Wilson. 2-0. Two balls, no strikes on Piazza. High fastball, 3-0. 3 balls, no strikes. Nobody out here in the second inning. Potter jumped out to a big lead yesterday down in Fairfield. That is inside, ball 4. So Pernetti comes across. The other Pernetti goes to third, Schwartz to second. It's an RBI walk for Piazza, and the second run in for the Mudcats. They lead it 2-1, and the base is still loaded. Nobody out, and Nate Hamburger coming to the plate. Hits at 125, a home run and 5 runs batted in for Nate out of Salem, Oregon, and also Willamette University. Breaking ball's in there for a strike on 1. Bronson Balholm, the top of the order, on deck for the Mudcats. 2-1, Solano, top of the second. Another breaking ball swung on and missed. So 0-2 now on Hamburger. Playing out in center field for Solano tonight. 5'10" outfielder. Here's the 0-2. That one is high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Pernetti at third, Schwartz at second, Piazza down at first. That's fouled back to the screen. Looks like Eric Vassar getting up and throwing in the bullpen for the Potters out of Sac City College. He's been pretty much a mainstay of the Potters bullpen over the last week or two, the right-hander. It's 1-2 here on Nate Hamburger. That's in the dirt, blocked by Nolan Wilson. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Potter scored once in the bottom of the first. Mudcats have come back to score 2, and they still have the bases loaded. Nobody out here in the top of the second. And a 2-2 count now on Nate Hamburger. Breaking ball swung on and missed. Big strikeout right there for Colin Riley. His second strikeout of the game, and here's Bronson Balholm, who grounded to first his first time up back in the first inning. Out of Tempe, Arizona State University. Bronson comes in at 282, has 11 runs batted in. Left-handed hitting second baseman. 1 out now for the Potters. Corners are in. Middle infielders playing double play depth. Tough to do on the speedy Balholm. Hitting from the left side. Riley's going to go from the windup. The big curveball is way too high. 1-0. One ball and no strikes. Max McGee to follow. That's a fastball, and it's also high. 2-0. Three and 0. That one's high again, and that's where he's been missing for the most part tonight. Came in with 9 walks in 14 2/3 innings. He's walked 2 in this inning, and is 3-0 now to Balholm. That is in there for a call strike. It's on the high part of the strike zone, but it's a strike nonetheless to the 6'1". It says Balholm. Doesn't quite look 6'1" from up here. 3-1 now. That's chopped out towards second. They're going to try to go second for 1. They will not get Balholm at first base. Nice try by the Potters infield. Nothing else they could do. It's a fielder's choice. And Josh Pernetti scores the 3rd run of the inning. Balholm gets credit for a sacrifice. And out at second base is Piazza. Couldn't even come to the plate on that one for Herrera. He had to go to second. And Mendocini made it look really close at first base. But like we said, Balholm very quick, got down the line and beat it by a half step. And so here's Max McGee with 3 runs in. He struck out his first time up. Breaking ball's in there for a strike, 0-1. First and third now for the Mudcats. They've scored 3 times. See if Balholm wants to take off from first base. That's a fastball. That's probably the best pitch that Colin's thrown all day. 88 miles an hour right on the corner there. 0-2 now on Max McGee with Jake Tandy to follow. That is off the outside corner, and the entire infield, including the pitcher, had left the field, and now they have to go back out there because that's the way that works. 1-2 on McGee. .48 pitches for Colin Riley already through 1 2/3 innings here. That is the same thing and the same result, and it is 2-2 now. 2 balls, 2 strikes on McGee. Max out of Pleasanton, California, and Delta College down in Stockton, getting 280 on the summer. Swing and a miss, he got him on strike. So 3 runs on a couple of hits for the Mudcats. We go to the bottom of the second. They lead at 3-1.
Lincoln Area Archives Museum is the official partner of the Potters' 100th anniversary season. The museum is located just around the corner in Bierman Plaza in the center of the Old Historic District. Plan your visit and learn about early Lincoln history.
The mouth-watering Big Mac with a savory Filet-O-Fish and a tasty McChicken. My goodness, that looks good. Oh, you're making a McDonald's menu hack. Yes, a land, air, and sea. Oh, it's going to tip over. No, it's good. It's good. Very stable. Order the land, air, and sea by name. Build it by hand.
Lincoln Potters Baseball. Come on out and join in the fun.
Bottom of the second, Mudcats with a 3-1 lead. Just watch Piper's race around the bases that he does between the top and bottom of the second inning. And actually, he came in second, which is pretty good, Riley, but you're right. Riley pointed out that the guy who came in first taunted Piper as he went by. He just waved to him like a Usain Bolt guy would do. And Piper, I think, was a little bit upset by that and kind of kicked it up a notch and did get second. So that's something. That's better than he usually finishes. But a little disrespect shown to the best peacock in the world, really, that you don't have to pay $4.99 a month for, or $9.99, whatever it happens to be. It'll be Dominic Rodriguez, J.J. Menacini, and Alex Johnson, the bottom third of the Potters' order, as they find themselves looking uphill. 3-1 score. Other scores, the Crawdads in the top of the fifth at Healdsburg lead the Prune Packers 7-1, and the Admirals and the Stompers are tied at 1 in the bottom of the second. Potters 2 games ahead of the Stompers with the tiebreaker to get that number 3 spot, and they will play the number 2 team in a 1-game playoff to right to move on. And that's where the Potters are directing their attention now, and hopefully we'll start it with Dominic Rodriguez. 196, 7 runs batted in for Dominic out of Turlock, California, and San Joaquin Delta Community College. Right-handed hitter against Arantio. That is inside for a ball, and that hit him. So he will go down to first base, and that's our third hit batter of the first 7 hitters the Potters have put up there. So they've got to capitalize on all these free base runners. They did score Tyler Garrity after he was hit by a pitch in the first, and now Rodriguez leads off the second hit by a pitch, and here's J.J. Menacini, who just joined the ball club very recently, did J.J., also known as Justin, out of Vacaville, California, and Folsom Lake College. Was at Menlo, and now he's listed at Folsom Lake College. Left-handed hitter. Playing shortstop for the Potters, and he takes the first pitch outside for a ball. Alex Johnson on deck. Rodriguez over at first base, and the throw over to first base, and good catch over there by Josh Pernetti, but he just kind of caught it and froze. He didn't really try to put the tag on. I thought that was pretty classy. Just kind of went, I got it. As Rodriguez leads. Tom's a big guy at 6'4" over there. Throws over there again, and this time, he slapped the tag on him. With the tag the way that you do when you know the guy, and you just go bam. And Ben Pernetti is from Delta College also. That's in there for a strike. So it's 1-1 on JJ. Josh Pernetti at first, Ben Pernetti at third. Hoffman at short and Ballum at second for the Crawdads. Here's the 1-1 to JJ. No, it's going to throw back over to first base again. And Rodriguez is back. (3-1) bottom of the second. Another great evening out here. Another great crowd out here. Here's the pitch. Menacini takes right down the middle for a strike at 89. So it's 1-2. Ladies' night. Friday is Star Wars night. And then Sunday, the last regular season game, is Fan Appreciation Day here at McBean Stadium. A lot of great giveaways on that day. 1-2 coming up. JJ hits it sharply to the right of shortstop. Backhanded by Hoffman. Throws the second for one. Back to first. They're not going to get Menacini. Good play at short by Hoffman. He had to go to his right and throw on the run back to second base for the force. JJ is on at first base on the fielder's choice, and that'll bring up Alex Johnson. Batting in the 9 spot, the left fielder out of Sierra College, just recently committed to Chico State University, Alex Johnson, so congratulations on that. 6 for 16 this summer with 3 runs batted in. Big right-handed hitter stepping in. Looks down at third. I think that's Nate Esposito down there. Cesar Tamaya at first. Fastball is on the outside corner for a strike. 0-1. Leadoff man Tyler Garrity on deck. Potters down by 2. here in the bottom of the second. That's outside. Nice block by Nate Schwartz back there. Keeps the runner at first base. 1 ball and 1 strike. Now it's Mendocini getting the lead off first base. Johnson takes that one high. Off-speed pitch at 77. So it's 2-1 on Alex Johnson. Brian Arantia on the mound for the Mudcats out of Fairfield, California. 0-2 with a 4.26 ERA. Throw over to first base, and Mendocini is back. That one closer than it had need to be. Potter fans waiting for the big hit for the Potters as Johnson with a 2-1 count now. Arantia from the stretch with Mendocini over first. A throw over to first again. And the umpire kind of erupted over there. I thought he might be calling a balk, but he was not. Just responded to the throw. Not in time to get JJ. Arantia seems to be very cognizant of runners at first base. He throws over there a lot. Here's the pitch. That's a nice-looking fastball in there for a strike. 2-2 on Alex Johnson. One out here in the bottom of the second. Breaking ball gets away. And did that hit Alex Johnson? Yes, of course it did. That's 4 hit by pitches in the first 9 hitters. Potters owe it to themselves to take advantage of that now. And here is Tyler Garrity, who was hit by a pitch his first time up. That one just a breaking ball that didn't do anything for Morantia. And nothing Johnson can do to get out of the way of that one. So here's Garrity with Ruben Church on deck. Tyler, 287, 22 runs batted in and a pair of home runs out of Seneca, Kansas. Potters again with runners on. They did so in the first and doing so here in the second. There's a nice-looking breaking ball in there for a strike, 0-1. So that one did break, and it went right across the middle of the plate. 0-1 on Tyler Garrity. Swing and a miss on that one, way outside. So it's 0-2 now on Tyler. Going to stretch out a little bit and think about that one. Not happy with himself over his choice of swing. 0-2 now. 30 pitches for Brian Arantia with 1 out here in the second inning. Swing and a miss. He had him on strikes. A 91-mile-an-hour fastball. So 2 outs here in the second, and here's Ruben Church, who grounded out to third his first time up. Ruben has 3 home runs on the summer, 19 runs batted in. 11 runs batted in his last 6 games. He had a huge grand slam in extra innings to beat Walnut Creek over the weekend. So he's up here with 2 on and now 2 out. Second strikeout for Arantia. Outside, nice block again by Nate Schwartz as Church laid off the breaking ball. And he's ahead in the count 1-0. Ben Higdon on deck. Church out of Maryville, Tennessee. Big right-handed hitter. That's outside again, a big breaking pitch. Slider, 2-0 now on Church. J.J. Mendocini is out at second base. Alex Johnson is over at first. 2 outs here in the second. On a perfect evening for baseball at McBean Stadium. But the Mudcats lead at 3-1. Church swings and misses at the fastball. Again, right around 90-91 for Arantia. When he gets it in there, it's proven very difficult to hit. So 2 balls, 1 strike now on Ruben Church. Fastball in there for a strike. 2-2. Arantxa checking with his catcher, Nate Schwartz. Bluffing at second is Bauholm to keep the runner close for the 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball outside. Church laying off that one beautifully. 3-2. Full count, 2 outs, so runners will be going. Johnson not being held on at first base, so he'll get a massive jump. Bauholm trying to keep the runner at second, Mendocini close, but he'll have to retreat to his position as well for the 3-2 pitch. Outside, ball 4. So bases loaded, and here's Ben Higdon, who struck out in the first inning. Ben hitting .268, 4 home runs and 17 runs batted in. Came up before the game into the press box. I said, Ben Higdon, what are you doing here? He said, well, this is from my mom, and it's thanks for keeping me up to date on the games all summer, and thanks for the shout-outs from Julie Higdon, and it's a University of Kentucky Wildcat shirt, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I thank Grandma, too, because I know she was in on it. That's chopped foul by Ben. She also signed it a.k.a. Carol because I called her Carol for the first couple of games until I was informed that I was mistaken, which didn't surprise me. But, Julie, you're the best. Thank you so much. 0-1 on Ben. Fouls that one off, so it's 0-2 quickly on Ben Higdon. Bases loaded. Potters left 2 on in the first. They did score once. And they have the bases loaded here in the second. A couple hit by pitches and a walk. Fouled away down the left field line over the grassy burn, over the grassy knoll, and out into the McBean Park proper, Riley. That's the proper part of the park over there where it's, because it's a very big park. It's not just the baseball field. It's a giant park out here. A lot of stuff goes on out here. Most of it good. 0-2 once again to Ben. Outside with a fastball at 92 from Arantxa, so he gets it up there. 1-2. Church at first, Johnson at second, Mendocini over at third. Left-handed hitting Higdon at the plate. Swing and a miss on a ball in the dirt, and they're just going to step on home, and that'll force the runner. So the strikeout with the bases loaded ends the inning. Potters don't score. We go to the top of the third. Mudcats lead 3-1.
Astro Air Design Incorporated, where you feel the difference. We are a locally owned and operated heating, air conditioning, and custom sheet metal company committed to the highest quality of craftsmanship at a competitive price. Our trained and certified technicians have the knowledge and experience required to install, maintain, or repair your home comfort solutions. Our upfront pricing gives you the peace of mind because you know your price is locked in. Call Astro Air Design Incorporated today.
Gooseport Public House. We have sports on 10 big screen TVs, 23 beer taps with classics and crafts, a full bar with creative craft mixed drinks, live music, and most importantly, great fresh food. In downtown Roseville off Vernon Street, only 15 minutes from the ballpark. See ya at Gooseport.
I insist.
It's your turn.
Nope, I think it's your turn.
I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Go.
I appreciate your appreciation. It fills me.
Safe drivers save money with Farmers.
Just for driving safely?
It's a Farmers policy perk. Get Farmers and you can get a safe driver discount simply for having a clean driving record for 3 years.
Come on. After you.
After you.
Safety first.
Get a whole lot of something with Farmers policy perks.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum. Lincoln Potters Baseball. Come on out and join in the fun.
New pitcher for the Potters is Eric Vassar, the right-hander, out of Sac City College, making his 11th appearance of the season. He is 1-0 on the year. 19 innings, 24 strikeouts, and 12 walks from Eric Vassar. He will face Jake Tandy, Jeff Hoffman, and Ben Pernetti, 3, 4, and 5 for the Mudcats, as the Potters have left 5 runners on base in the first 2 innings here. They've gotten the beneficiary. They've been hit by a pitch 4 times and got a walk, but have only managed to push 1 across the plate. And now Eric Vassar in relief of Colin Riley. He went 2 innings, gave up 2 hits, 3 runs, walked 2, and struck out 3. 2 of those runs were earned against Colin Riley. So here's Vassar and here's Jake Tandy. He grounded out to first base his first time up. Right-handed hitter DH Jake Tandy from West Sacramento, California. 6'1", 205 out of UOP. He's up here against Vassar, who works from the stretch. Fastball, nice-looking pitch inside, but it's a ball at 90 miles an hour from Eric. 1 ball and no strikes. That's sliced down the right field line. It's going to be foul out there on the VIP, over the VIP where the parking lot Potters usually hang out. And I see them down here in their front row seats, so they're still hanging out. Not a lot of grilling done lately, but it's been really hot out there. 1 ball, 1 strike now from Eric. Fastball inside, moves him off the plate. Again, 90 miles an hour. 2-1 on Jake Tandy. Jeff Hoffman is the on-deck hitter. That's a nice-looking off-speed pitch, but it's inside. 3-1. Mudcats with 3 runs on 2 hits, 1 Potter error in that second inning. Swing and a miss on a fastball. Makes it a full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Tandy 322 on the summer with a home run and 12 runs batted in. That's popped up, right side. Giving chase all kinds of Potters. And I don't think they can reach as it bounces up and out of play. Over by the kiln over there, the VIP area. Good chase being made by Luke Lavin, by Patrick Herrera, and Rodriguez coming in from right, but nobody had a chance at that one. So it's still 3 balls and 2 strikes. Just in the top of the third here from McBean Stadium. That's lined into left center field. That is going to be down for a base hit. Moving over is Garrity to try to cut it off. He does. The throw comes into second base. The relay, and it's just a little bit too late. Sliding in head first is Jake Tandy with a double. Third hit for the Mudcats, and Tandy is on second base with nobody out. And I'll bring up Jeff Hoffman, who's the top hitter average-wise on the Mudcats at 375. He singled back in the second inning and scored to start the rally for Solano, and he steps up here now. Jeff from Salida, California. Breaking ball is in there for a strike. 0-1 on Hoffman. Playing at shortstop for the Mudcats. That's in the dirt. Nice block by Nolan Wilson. Tandy was looking to advance but can't do so, so it evens the count up at 1 ball and 1 strike. That's a little loop around into left field. Moving in is Johnson. Still moving in. He's not going to get there. Drops in front of him. Bobbles it. Picks it up. No advance, though. As going to third is Tandy. It's the second hit for Hoffman. Perfect position. So right away, 2 on and nobody out for the Mudcats here in the third inning. And here's Ben Pernetti, who had a long fly ball into right center field that Dominic Rodriguez ran down and gloved, but then dropped and was charged with an error back in the second inning. But Pernetti hit the ball very well. That's a breaking ball on the outside corner for a strike on 1. 3-1 Mudcats. We're in the top of the third. That's 4 hits for Solano. Throw over to first base, and the runner is back. Eric Vassar out of Carmichael, California, and Sac City College, 6'3". Another breaking ball. Beautiful pitch on the outside corner that time. Pernetti stepped away from the left side, and that one just caught that outside corner, so it's 0-2. Left-handed hitter with an open stance, Ben Pernetti. That swung on and missed. That's a big strikeout right there for Vassar, 88. So 1 out, and that'll bring up Josh Pernetti, who singled his last time up. So he is 1 for 1. I believe he's the Dueling Dogs batter, but he disappointed the Potter fans last time by getting that base hit. That's his, picked up his 14th run batted in of the season in that one. That was against Colin Riley. That's hit down the right field line. It's a foul ball. Johnson giving chase. And it's on top of the tarp out there over the VIP. So VIP getting a lot of activity from the ball players so far early in this one. 0-1 on Pernetti. Nate Schwartz, who walked his first time up after hitting a foul home run that I thought was a fair home run. But to be fair, there's a lot of things between me and left field. Throw over to first base, and the runner is back. Those fierce dogs. I didn't scare Pernetti last time. Let's see if it has a better effect on him this time. 0-1 pitch coming up. Fastball high and outside, sailed away. Good stab by Nolan Wilson, so that evens the count at 1-1. Ladies' Night, Wine Wednesday, and Rhinos Night. 12 Bridges High in the house. Cheerleaders, yell leaders, dance team, I saw them all in the field before the game. That one is a check swing. I think he went, so strike 2. That's all you need to know. I like to see, when they check with the base umpire, sometimes they turn around and point to me, and I just ring them up, because sometimes they ask my opinion. So more importantly, the Potters need to get an out here, but they're also the Dueling Dogs 50% off crowd out there, and you know who you are. That's a high fastball at 89. Evens the count at 2-2. Nate Schwartz, as we said, on deck. Pernetti, Josh Pernetti in the number 6 spot for the Mudcats, who dropped a big game to the Healdsburg Twin Packers 30-2 and came back and beat them the next game, so that's the kind of bounce back they are. Breaking ball outside. Potters won last night down in Fairfield 19-4, but the Mudcats coming out strong here in this one. 3-2 now on Pernetti, as he's gone from 1-2 to 3-2. See if the runner at first is going. There's the pitch. It's a little boop right to center field. Coming on is Garrity. He's got it. The tag is made. Here's the throw. It's going to be offline. It comes all the way through. It's a sacrifice fly for Josh Pernetti. Scoring is Tandy. The throw is strong, but it was to the right first base side of home plate. Staying at first is Jeff Hoffman. Mudcats lead 4-1 now, and that'll bring up Nate Schwartz. Second RBI of the day for Josh Pernetti. Here's Schwartz, who walked his first time. 4 home runs and 22 runs batted in. Got a 3-1 pitch, his first at bat in. Pulverized it to left field, but it was foul. Fastball is down low for a ball, 1-0. One ball, no strikes. Leading at first is Hoffman. There's the pitch. Breaking ball misses inside. 2-0. Admirals are leading the Stompers 2-1 in the third. Crawdad still on top at Healdsburg 7-1. That one's in the sixth now. Other CCL North action. 2-0 on Schwartz. That one's chopped foul back over to the on-deck circle and over the head of Luke Piazza over there. So it's 2-1 on Nate Schwartz. Right-handed hitter out of Los Gatos, California. Swing and a miss at a ball in the dirt and a great block by Nolan Wilson. Evens the count at 2-2. Two outs here in the top of the third. One run across the plate already for the Mudcats. Another breaking ball, but that stays up in the air. 3-2. 3-2. Runner will be going at first base with 2 outs. Here it is. That's lined into right center field. Garrity coming on. He's not going to get it. It bounces in front of him. All the way over to third goes Hoffman as the throw comes in. Gets away from the shortstop, but Mendocini runs it down. But advancing to second base is Nate Schwartz. So second and third now with 2 outs, and that will bring up Luke Piazza. Third hit of the inning for the Mudcats. And that'll bring up Luke Piazza, who got a base on balls his first time up with the bases loaded, so he picked up an RBI. His 5th of the summer, hitting 167. Luke is from Simi Valley, California. Left-handed hitter. Fastball's in there for a strike at 89 from Eric Vassar. Very important out right here for the Potters as they trail it 4-1, but with 2 runners in scoring position, it could get ugly early here. Breaking ball, strike 2. Cowbells are still ringing. That's good to know. Potter fans are into it. 0-2 now on Luke Piazza. Nate Hamburger on deck, the number 9 hitter. Stepping off is Eric Vassar. Going through the signs again, Nolan Wilson. 0-2. Fastball's outside. 1-2. Hoffman coming down from third on that one. Schwartz still out at second base. Here's the 1-2 coming from Eric Vassar. Breaking ball. Misses the corner, 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. My guy Riley, who knows all about these things, says it was outside. So, I mean, he's got all the electronic gizmos and everything up here, so I trust him. I don't trust him, but I trust him on that. 2-2, here we go. Inside. Good block by Wilson, and it goes back out toward Eric Vassar, so Hoffman has to stay at third base. So it's 3-2 again, and we had him 1-2. Now it's 3-2. Hamburger on deck. As Wilson's got to adjust his shin guards and get back behind the plate. Shadows over the infield now. Outfield still bathed in sunshine. Left-hand hitting Piazza waits the 3-2 pitch from Vassar. Hits one out toward third. Nice short hop over there and guns across the diamond. Nice play by Reuben Church at third base. So 1 run on 3 hits and a couple left. We go to the bottom of the third. Mudcats lead this one 4-1.
Being in the market for a new home comes with more than just buying a property. It is finding the right house in the right neighborhood in the right community. Since 2005, Lori, with Frey & Associates Real Estate, has lived and worked as a real estate broker in Lincoln. She is passionate about local organizations and volunteers with them as well.
She's knowledgeable, she knows, she asks a lot of questions, she gets things done.
We still learn a lot from Lori. And she's very helpful, very positive, and has been wonderful broker.
We at Frey & Associates are your local hometown realtor, and we are here for you.
Welcome back, Olympia's 5th grade orchestra.
Perhaps there's no place like your home because you made it so at RC Willey.
Lincoln Potters Baseball. Come on out and join in the fun.
Bottom of the third here at McBean. 4-1 Mudcats. Brian Arantia on the mound. He's thrown 42 pitches through 2 innings. He's hit 4 batters and walked 1, only given up 1 hit. And that was an RBI single by Nolan Wilson back in the first. It's Herrera, then Nolan Wilson, and Luke Lavin here for the Potters in the third, as they try to solve Arantia, who seems to have a pretty good fastball. Has a Slider, a breaking ball off that fastball that doesn't usually land in the strike zone, but the Padres have been chasing it so far in the first 2 innings, but a long way to go here, and Patrick Herrera will lead us off. He was hit by a pitch his first time up. 306 for Patrick with 4 home runs. He's been red hot lately for the Padres. And Arantia from the windup starts us off in the bottom of the third. Check swing and down low for a ball. 1-0. So the Padres have to lay off what looks good but isn't, and then take care of the rest. Easy to say. That's in the dirt as well, 2-0. Easy to lay off that one for Patrick Herrera, so he's quickly ahead in the count, 2 balls and no strike, with Nolan Wilson to follow. Patrick from the University of Kentucky. Chops that one foul, a fastball at 87 from Arantia. Brian Arantia from Fairfield, California, and New Mexico Junior College. 6 foot, 200 pounds. 0-2 so far in the season with a 4.26 ERA. Herrera takes inside. That almost hit him. Almost was a strike, so it's 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike on Herrera. High ball. Oh, call strike 2. Riley gives me the thumbs up, so 3 balls and 2 strikes. Starting off the bottom of the third here. That's fouled out of play by Patrick Herrera, so he stays alive as the Potter up chants. Just go through the crowd. I mean, they're beginning to gain, some momentum. Riley's already had his 2 hot dogs, so he's ready to go. He's ready to do a job now. He was a little lethargic through the first 2 innings, but now he's right there. 3-2 coming up. Outside, ball 4. So Herrera's on for the second time. Second walk given up by Arantia. And it'll bring up Nolan Wilson, who had a grounded one through to right field for a base hit his first time up and drove in a run. Picked up his 20th run batted in of the season for Nolan Wilson. Average started out at 347, a little bit better than that now. Driven in 20, scored 18 for the Potters. Luke Lavin to follow. At first is Herrera. Wilson hits one out of play to the right, look on a high fastball. Went right after that one, so it's 0-1. He looks down at third base, checking things out down there. 0-1. Herrera leads at first. Infield straight away. Outfield also straight away. A little bit left center in center field by Hamburger, but McGee in left is pretty deep in straightaway left. Piazza moved over a little to right center, so the right field line is open. He is medium deep in right field. Herrera, good lead at first. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball, good looking pitch right there in there for a strike 0-2. Little slide step by Arantia that time and got the breaking ball in there. And Wilson behind the count 0-2. It's like Jojo Villarreal is warming up for the Potters, the left-hander. Swung on and fouled at the plate. I think he stayed alive. Yes, he did. It's a fastball at 87. Was a little bit outside, but going after it. He might have got a chunk of Nate Schwartz, so he's going to take a walk out to Arantia, give him the ball back himself, pull himself together. So it stays at 1 ball and 2 strikes on Nolan Wilson out of Roseville, California, and the University of Nevada. 6'1" and 205, Nolan Wilson. Now the throw over to first base, and back is Herrera quite easily. 1-2 on Wilson with Luke Lavin to follow here in the third. Swing and a miss at a ball in the dirt, a breaking pitch, and Wilson is down on strikes. That is the 4th strikeout for Arantia, and it brings up Luke Lavin. Left-handed hitting first baseman. Hit into a fielder's choice his first time up. And a ground ball right back up the middle, but the shortstop Hoffman was playing up the middle with a runner at second base, and so he got it. Stepped on the bag for force play. So here's Luke out of Laguna Beach, California, headed for Stanford University. Left-handed hitter against the right-hander Arantia. He fouls that one back, a fastball. Got the camera rolling a little bit. You can tell when the webbing goes a little crazy. Of course, I think that's what it looks like inside Riley's head all the time, is that kind of, kaleidoscope of lines. 0-1 now on Luke Lavin. Leading at first is Herrera. They're going to throw over to first base. Arantia very aware of base runners. I have noticed that. He's thrown 55 pitches to the plate and probably another dozen over to first base so far, to the first 2 1/3. But only given up 1 hit so far. Swing and a miss by Lavin at 87. So he is mixing up his pitches quite well as the fastball seems to come in quicker after a couple of off-speed pitches. 0-2 on Luke. He's followed by Dominic Rodriguez. Herrera again getting a decent lead at first base. Lavin swings and misses at a breaking ball. He's out on strikes. So 2 strikeouts in the inning for Arantia, and that'll bring up Dominic Rodriguez, who was hit by a pitch his first time up. Hitting at 196 with 7 runs batted in just 13 games for Dominic Rodriguez out of Turlock, California. Big right-handed hitter up here. Looking to do some damage. The Potters with just the 1 base hit. A lot of base runners, but just 1 base hit throughout the first 2 2/3. That's on the corner for a strike at 78. 0-1. A 1 pitch coming up. That's outside. Nice stop by Nate Schwartz. Keeping the runner at first base with 2 outs. 60th pitch coming up here, and the next throw by Brian Arantia. He has hit 4. He has walked 2, but as we said, only 1 hit given up and 5 strikeouts. That's fouled off by Rodriguez into the catcher's glove, so it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Dominic followed by J.J. Menacini in the Potters lineup today. Dominic in the 7th spot, J.J. number 8, and then Alex Johnson number 9 for manager John Peters. Throw over to first base, and the runner is back. Arantia now bent over a little bit. Hopefully nothing will matter with him as he's stretching himself out. We're going to have the coach come out and take a look as he threw to first and the ball came back to him, and then all of a sudden it looked like something was wrong. So we're going to step away for a quick 30 here in the bottom of the 3rd with the Potters trailing 4-1. So the meeting concludes. Arantia throws in a warm-up pitch. He looks fine. He's still walking around out there, but he seems to be okay. He has a 1 ball, 2 strike count on Dominic Rodriguez. Not quite sure what the problem was, but he seems to have survived it. And Rodriguez will step back in. Herrera is still at first base. He walked to open the inning, but then the 2 strikeouts, and he's still there at first base. That's fouled off by Dominic Rodriguez. Over to the right side by the Potters dugout. Stays at 1-2. No home runs, 7 runs batted in for Dom so far this summer. Swing and a miss. Another off-speed pitch. 3 strikeouts in the inning for Arancia. We go to the top of the 4th. Potters on the short end of a 4-1 score.
Old Town Pizza, a proud sponsor of your Potters baseball, will deliver you a slice that you won't soon forget. Come see why they've been voted the best of the best 12 straight years. Visit otpizza.net to get yours today. But don't take it from me.
I think Old Town Pizza should be expanded through the state or even through the country because it's so delicious.
Placer Valley Tourism. Our mission is to increase the health of the hotel industry through occupancy and average daily rate in Roseville, Rockland, and Lincoln. Proud partner of the Potters in the 2023 West Coast World Series Tournament from August 8th to 11th.
Lincoln Potters Baseball. Come on out and join in the fun.
Astro Air Design Incorporated, where you feel the difference. We are a locally owned and operated heating, air conditioning, and custom sheet metal company committed to the highest quality of craftsmanship at a competitive price. Our trained and certified technicians have the knowledge and experience required to install, maintain, or repair your home comfort solutions. Our upfront pricing gives you the peace of mind because you know your price is locked in. Call Astro Air Design Incorporated today.
Lincoln Area Archives Museum is the official partner of the Potters' 100th anniversary season. The museum is located just around the corner in Bierman Plaza in the center of the Old Historic District. Plan your visit and learn about early Lincoln history.
Top of the 4th inning here. Took the prolonged break because the 12 Bridges High dance team, cheerleaders, etc., were out there doing a tremendous routine. It was a great routine, don't get me wrong, but I mean, it was taking, our usual break. It was taking a little bit longer, and the players had to wait till they were done because they were taking over the field. Let's be honest. They were out there taking over. It's Rhinos night, so obviously they're going to go and, act like they belong, and they certainly did. A tremendous performance, but it did result in us pushing back the warm-ups between innings a little bit. So now we are into it, and JoJo Villarreal is the new pitcher for the Potters. JoJo 0-2 on the season. He has thrown 13 innings, 12 strikeouts, and 6 walks. And he will be out here in the top of the 4th inning. He is from Corpus Christi, Texas, and Texas Southern University. A left-handed pitcher will face Nate Hamburger, and then the top of the order, Bronson Balholm and Max McGee. Pitched 2/3 of an inning back on the 23rd against the Crawdads and an inning on the 19th against the Packers. So pitching about every 4 days or so this part of the season. The left-hander out there throwing up his warm-up tosses as the field pretty much in the shadows now except for just a sliver out there in center field and right center. And we're just about ready to get going here in the top of the 4th as the Mudcats have scored 3 times in the 2nd and 1 time in the 3rd to offset the 1 run the Potters scored in the bottom of the 1st. And the Mudcats, with just 5 wins in the CCO play, are nonetheless ahead 4-1 in this one. They are 5-26. Potters 16-14. Stompers 14-16. Crawdads are a game and a half behind the Prune Packers, but last time we checked, they were ahead in the game between the two, 7-1. Let's get an update on that. Make that 8-1 now in the top of the 7th. Crawdads over the Prune Packers. Barrie Admirals lead the Stompers 6-1 in their game. Admirals will be in Friday and Sunday to take on the Potters in the season-ending series. Friday will be 6:05. That's Star Wars night and fireworks night. So get your tickets if you haven't already. Get them now, because those nights are all sold out. Usually is what he meant to say. Then on Sunday 6:35, and that will be Fan Appreciation Day. So here's Hamburger up here against JoJo Villarreal, starting off the top of the 4th. Breaking ball inside, gets away from Nolan Wilson, so it's 1 ball and no strikes. Potters with Ruben Church at third, J.J. Menacini at short, Patrick Herrera at second, and Luke Lavin over at first. Alex Johnson is in left, Tyler Garrity in center, and Dominic Rodriguez in right, with Nolan Wilson behind the plate. 1-0 pitch is a fastball inside corner for a strike. 1-1. Hamburger 125, struck out back in the second inning. Breaking ball, nice looking pitch, but it misses for a ball. The great Sarah, the photographer, is perched right over my right shoulder. You can probably see her on the screen as she is taking what they call a phantom's eye view of the field. 2-1 pitch. Chopped foul, so it's 2-2. She's an innovator. That's all you can say about her. She wants to, look at it from every angle. Top of the 4th, Mudcats 4, Potters 1. 2-2 count on Theodore Hamburger. Breaking ball is hit sharply to the right of shortstop. Nice stop out there and cut across to first by Menacini, but he's going to be safe. It's an infield single for Nate Hamburger. That's the 6th hit already for the Mudcats in this one, and Hamburger beat that one out. JJ slid to a stop in the hole, bounced up and threw it to first, but not in time, and that'll bring up Bronson Balholm, who was grounded out to first and grounded out into a fielder's choice, picked up an RBI back in the second inning. Switch hitter batting from the right side against the left-handed JoJo Villarreal. Throw over to first base. They got him picked off and running for second. They got to throw it to second. The tag is made, and he is out at second base. And I'll tell you, Hamburger almost pulled that one out. He almost got into second. He thinks he did get into second, and he is not going to probably stay there, though. My experience with umpires, he'll probably have to leave the field. But almost waited too long, did Luke Lavin on that one to get the throw over to Menacini. But in time they did, and they got the pick off. 1 out here. And Balholm still at the plate. No count so far. Fastball inside at 85 from JoJo. 1 ball and no strikes. High in the air. Short right center field. Make that second base. Comes in. Nice play by Patrick Herrera. Looked more impressive off the bat than it ended up being. And the second out is recorded, and that brings up Max McGee, who has struck out twice, both times against Colin Riley. Riley started with the first 2 innings. Eric Vassar pitched the third. Gave up a hit in that inning, or 3 hits in that inning and a run. First pitch is a strike to McGee. And now JoJo Villarreal, the third Potters pitcher. Swing and a miss there, breaking ball. Very effective breaking ball. To be sure, it's 0-2 quickly on Max McGee from Pleasanton, California, and San Joaquin Delta Community College. I believe they're the Mustangs in the Big 8 Conference. 0-2 from the stretch. Here's JoJo. Breaking ball high outside, 1-2. Hamburger started the inning with a single. He was picked off at first, then a blooper by Balholm to second base, and Herrera handled that. So it's 2 outs here in the fourth. 1-2 pitch to McGee. Swing and a miss on a ball in the dirt. Wilson picks it up. Looked like he tagged him, and that's the third out. So it ended up being a pretty good inning. And we go to the bottom of the fourth, but the Potters still trail it 4-1.
Hi, Bill Evans, President of the Placer County Association of Realtors. We're in the store, our conference facilities, an amazing team help us keep together an amazing organization. And we thank them all.
This organization can't do what it does and can't run the way it runs without the help of so many members volunteering their time.
The success of the Placer County Association of Realtors is largely dependent on our active volunteer members to help our organization and industry. The work of our committees greatly impacts our ability to champion efforts across the board and giving back to the Placer County community wherever we can.
Like all service organizations, I wanted to serve. And getting involved with the affiliate committee was the perfect way to do that.
I love being able to serve my community with my business friends and other leaders and give back to those who are in need.
The thing I love about the PCAR committees is they all work toward the same goal of bringing the community together to support those in need in our surrounding area.
I instantly came to the meeting and had a wonderful time, felt like I was a part of something bigger, and it was just the start of my leadership journey.
Loomis Basin Brewing Company, a proud sponsor of your Lincoln Potters. Visit them at 3277 Swetzer Road in Loomis or call 916-259-2739.
Lincoln Potters Baseball. Come on out and join in the fun.
Bottom of the fourth inning, it'll be J.J. Mendocini, then Alex Johnson, then Tyler Garrity for the Potters. As Brian Arantia goes back out on the mound, he's thrown 62 pitches. He's pitched 3 innings, given up 1 hit, 1 run. He's hit 4, he's walked 2, and he's struck out 6. So it's been a very eventful 3 innings for Brian Arantia. But he stands on the good end of a 4-1 score right now as we go to the bottom of the fourth. And here's J.J. Mendocini, who went into a fielder's choice his first time up. Hit it to the right of shortstop Hoffman, who made a nice play and threw it to Bellholm at second for a forced play on Rodriguez. That one is fouled off. So it's 0-1 on J.J. Vacaville, California, Folsom Lake College. That one might have got Nate Schwartz again, so the umpire walks all the way out to hand a new baseball to the pitcher Arantia. And by the time he got back, I think Nate is fine. Tough cookie behind the plate there. 0-1 on J.J. Ben Pernetti playing in short at third base in case the left-handed hitter wants to drop one down. Outside for a ball, 1-1. No activity as of the moment for the Crawdads as Arantia comes up on pitch number 65 here. Mendocini takes a high fastball at 88. It's 2-1 on J.J. Alex Johnson to follow. 8 and 9 in the Potters order, then the leadoff man Tyler Garrity. Mendocini takes the fastball. That's in there. 2-2. That's hit softly out towards shortstop. Picked up by Hoffman across the diamond, and he got him at first base. Well, he was called out at first base. We'll put it that way. Good play by Hoffman at short. Got it. Came in on a slow hit grounder on the run, threw it to first base, bounced it over to first base, and it was a very close play over there. Thought that J.J. had beat it out, but he was called out, so 1 away, and here is Alex Johnson. Hit by a pitch back in the second inning, Alex. 6 for 16 so far. Just committed to Chico State, so congratulations to him. That one hit him again. This one in the back on a breaking ball. That's the 5th hit batter for the Potters in 3 1/3 innings. And so they've got 7 free base runners, only 1 hit so far in this one. And here's Tyler Garrity, who was hit by a pitch and struck out, so he is 0 for 1. Out of Seneca, Kansas, and the University of Kansas, Tyler Garrity. with Johnson over at first base. Very painfully reached base twice already in this one. Pretty good lead over there at first. Here's the pitch. He shows bunt, pulls it back, and pulls himself back. Almost had the 6-hit batter as Garrity takes ball 1 inside. 1-0 on Tyler. Hitting at 287, coming in with a pair of home runs and 22 runs batted in. That's it, right out to shortstop. Hoffman flips it over to second for 1, over to first, and that is a double play. 6-4-3 double play for the Mudcats. We go to the top of the 5th. Potters trail 4-1.
Lincoln Potters baseball. Placer County's best-kept secret is back for another exciting summer at historic McBean Stadium. 33 action-packed home games loaded with fun for the whole family. Local beer, wine, and eats. Fireworks, giveaways, theme nights, kids zone, and more. Come join in the fun and enjoy small-town baseball with Major League Entertainment. Tickets on sale now at LincolnPotters.com.
Lincoln Potters baseball. Come on out and join in the fun.
Get ready for the top of the 5th. Potters trail at 4-1. Jojo Villarreal out on the mound for the Potters. And this one is the 3rd Potters pitcher. Sloan Riley went the first 2 innings, then Eric Vassar, and then Jojo came in for the 4th inning. Had a pretty good inning, and now he goes out for the 5th. It'll be tough for this inning as he's got 3, 4, and 5. Jake Tandy, Jeff Hoffman, and Ben Pernetti. And do we have our coach down there? Mike, are you with me? Coach Mike?
Yeah, you there?
Yeah, I'm right
there
here. Riley was eating a hot dog and forgot to press the button. How you doing, man?
I'm all right. We're not playing very well right now, to be quite honest, so I've been better.
Yeah, a good win yesterday. Came in today. Now, you don't usually play against a pitcher who's hit 5 and walked 2 and struck out 6. That's a crazy 4 innings on the mound there, Mike.
Yeah. To be quite honest, we're having really, really bad at-bats. We're getting out the same way every time. Expanding the zone, we're taking the ball down the middle and swinging at the ball that's in the dirt. So, we're gonna have to have a little talk with the boys when they come in here because this is quite embarrassing.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. It does look like your guys are off balance a little bit, but is it as simple as saying don't do that, guys, or is there something else to it?
Yeah, honestly, it just comes to a point where you kind of look around. It's just body language. It's like, hey guys, you're gonna wear cutoffs today. And then it's like, well, you're completely checked out. You're not in. It's just kind of, so it's one of those, I remember going out to the mound, and there's some guys that sometimes you had to fluff them up and make them feel like they were God's gift to earth. Mm-hmm. And there's other times you just have to kind of get at guys and go, hey, it's time to check in. It's time to lock it in. So that will probably be the message. It won't be that nice, to be quite honest.
I see. Yes.
But yeah, it's one of those where, you just expect it. You just expect, competitive nature. You expect that stuff. Some of our guys on the mound, they may not have their best stuff, but, they're competing. We're dropping fly balls. We're having bad at-bats. It's just, we got to be better than that.
Throw by Church over to first base for the Mike, is that a situation where you put the coach away and now you really earn that manager spot because you're really managing people and telling them what you need them to do?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I mean, there's a point where it also comes from your peers, right? There's got to be normally from a coaching staff, we really don't have to do all that much. It's there's certain situations and things like that we might be looking at, or we might mention a thing or two, but it's always better when it comes from your peers, right? When your peers are holding you accountable to, man, what are we doing? Is this
right.
is this really what it is? Like, we're kind of embarrassing ourselves. And I think sometimes when you have veterans or you have guys that have been around and you're with a team environment, those guys are there to hold you accountable, and it's nice when it comes from the Robinson Canoes or the Kyle Seegers or Felix or the guys that are the guys, and that's not always the case, and that's okay. But I think that's where, no matter where you are, if you're a competitor, it's when you strap it on, you're there to compete, and I think that's something you take pride in.
There's a strikeout right there. Hoffman,
right
a tough hitter. And, Mike, I'll let you go. I'll ask you one more. Is the fact that you guys have been playing so well and you're really kind of on a real hot streak, is that kind of helpful and easier to get them back on track when they've had some success lately?
Yeah, I think sometimes when you start getting on a roll, you start taking things for granted a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You might just be going through the motions. You might not have that level of assertiveness, of attention to details you have when things are not going as good. And you're like, okay, I got to kind of earn it right now. That's a foul ball.
Yeah.
And so, it's when things are going good, sometimes you just, it's like, hey, we're going to roll out the balls and we're just going to do it. And it's like, the game of baseball humbles you in that way. And I think we have to forget, like, this game is really, really hard. So it's not one of those things like one of the things that I have an issue with, and a lot of former players and guys, even when they're playing, is when pundits or broadcast and they're, they are like, this game's so easy. How do you not do that? It's like, well, bud, you hit a $110 in your career. Like, shut up. It's one of those where this game is really, really hard. And so it's not that there's a lack of success. It's a lack of competitiveness. And I think when you notice that difference, then you're like, okay, we got to make an adjustment. And I think that's where, when you're playing well, sometimes you just expect that it's going to be there. And that's when the game of baseball seems to humble you. And I think that's where, we kind of, it just has the feel of that. And I think when you're in a dugout or, you're around the ballpark, you just look out and see the guys. Like, we just don't have the edge right now. And so that's something we need to get in the latter half of this inning, and a good pitch and good outing right here by JoJo.
Well, JoJo's getting us back on track. Mike, sorry for taking so long. I'll talk to you again on Friday. Good luck, man.
You got it.
Air Design Incorporated, where you feel the difference. We are a locally owned and operated heating, air conditioning, and custom sheet metal company committed to the highest quality of craftsmanship at a competitive price. Our trained and certified technicians have the knowledge and experience required to install, maintain, or repair your home comfort solutions. Our upfront pricing gives you the peace of mind because you know your price is locked in. Call Astro Air Design Incorporated today.
Another tremendous performance by the Fighting Rhinos. The cheerleaders from the Fighting Rhinos, or dance team, or drill team. I never know exactly what group is out there, but they were fantastic out there, and they did it on the each sideline so the pitcher could warm up while they were doing it, so we're getting ready to go. So Brian Arantia still out on the mound for the Mudcats. He's gone through 4 innings, just giving up the one hit. He has hit 5 and walked 2, and as you heard Coach Mike Marjama say in the top of the inning, we're just not playing very well. So you have a little chat with the fellas and see if we can work something out here for the bottom of the 5th. Ruben Church, Ben Higdon, and Patrick Herrera, the first 3 hitters for the Potters here against Arantia, who is at 70 pitches. So Church has grounded out and walked so far. That one is inside. Looks like it was headed straight for him. 1 ball and no strikes. Right-hand hitter out of Maryville, Tennessee. Takes a breaking ball, and that's outside. 2-0. You heard Mike Marjama say we're letting the good ones go and swinging at the bad ones, which is not, Riley, I know you're young, but it's not a really good recipe for success. Yeah, I know you picked that up. There's a check swing, though, and he did go around, so it's 2-1. Not 4-0 as the scoreboard says. It's 2-1. That's in the dirt, 3-1. Gets away and is handled on the on-deck circle by Ben Higdon. 3 balls, 1 strike on Ruben Church. No activity that I can see in the bullpen for the Mudcats. Here's the 3-1 from Arantia. High, ball 4. So probably saw 5 balls on that one, swung at one of them, but he's at first base nonetheless. Third walk given up by Arantia. And here is Ben Higdon, who struck out twice in this one. Out of Paducah, Kentucky, and the University of Kentucky, with fans all over the continental United States, Ben Higdon. Left-handed hitter. Ben came in at 268 on the summer. 17 runs batted in, 19 runs scored. And 4 home runs, I believe, for Ben. High and inside for a ball, 1-0. Now the Mudcats getting somebody stirring up in their bullpen as Arantia goes over 75 pitches, which is a concern in summer ball. 1-0. Ben swings and misses on an off-speed pitch again. 1-1. That's the one that's got his number so far here tonight. So it's 1-1 on Ben Higdon. Patrick Herrera to follow. Church at first. 8 free passes for the Potters so far, Potters hitters, but just 1 hit. Higdon hits that one sharply down to first. It's backhanded by the first baseman. Throws the second point, and they're going to hold on to it. So it's a fielder's choice for Higdon. He's on at first base. Josh Pernetti with a nice play. Goes 3-6 for the force on Ruben Church, and that'll bring up Patrick Herrera, who's been hit by a pitch and walked. So on twice, no official at-bats for Patrick. He's still at 306 on the summer. 12 runs batted in, 22 runs scored. 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th. Potters trail at 4-1, and Higdon with a very big lead over at first base. Arantia doesn't like that, but he throws to the plate anyway. It's a fastball in there for a strike. 0-1. That one's hit high and foul down the third baseline. Bounces out onto the field. Looks like Jack Derby, freshman out of Rockland, is warming up for the Mudcats. It's 0-2 quickly on Patrick Herrera. Nolan Wilson to follow for the Potters. Higdon with the lead at first. Herrera swings and misses. Got him on strikes. 7th strikeout for Brian Arantia, and that'll bring up Nolan Wilson, who's singled and struck out. Out of Roseville, California. So 7 strikeouts, 5 hit batters, 3 walks for Arantia, but only 1 hit allowed. It's just a single back in the first inning by Nolan Wilson. And we're here with 2 outs in the 5th. Breaking ball swung on and missed, 0-1. Luke Lavin to follow for the Potters, hopefully in this inning. Throw to first base. Finally, Higdon getting the lead over there. Arantia usually throws over a couple times. Finally throws over there. And Higdon is back. Nolan Wilson takes the ball, and I think a balk was called by the first base umpire and didn't come to a complete stop. So that puts Higdon in scoring position now. It's no pitch to Nolan Wilson. (0-1) on Nolan. Higdon number 20 at second base. Wilson swings and misses at an off-speed pitch, so it's 0-2. Breaking ball really doing a number on the Potters so far through 4 2/3 here. Wilson settles in, right-hander against right-hander. 4-1 Mudcats. Fastball misses outside, and Arantia has already taken 3 steps off the mound. But my guy at Riley tells me it was a little outside. Good idea, though, to throw a fastball right in the spot where the breaking balls have been taken Wilson out of his swing, but he didn't get the call, so it's 1-2 now on Nolan. Check of Higdon at second. Not a big lead by Ben out there. Breaking ball swung on and missed. So Rancia with his 8th strikeout on his 84th pitch. We go to the 6th. Mudcats lead 4-1.
Hi, Bill Evans, President of the Placer County Association of Realtors. We're in the store, our conference facilities, an amazing team help us keep together an amazing organization. And we thank them all.
This organization can't do what it does and can't run the way it runs without the help of so many members volunteering their time.
The success of the Placer County Association of Realtors is largely dependent on our active volunteer members to help our organization and industry. The work of our committees greatly impacts our ability to champion efforts across the board and giving back to the Placer County community wherever we can.
Like all service organizations, I wanted to serve. And getting involved with the affiliate committee was the perfect way to do that.
I love being able to serve my community with my business friends and other leaders and give back to those who are in need.
The thing I love about the PCAR committees is they all work toward the same goal of bringing the community together to support those in need in our surrounding area.
I instantly came to the meeting and had a wonderful time, felt like I was a part of something bigger, and it was just the start of my leadership journey.
Loomis Basin Brewing Company, a proud sponsor of your Lincoln Potters. Visit them at 3277 Swetzer Road in Loomis or call 916-259-2739.
Lincoln Potters Baseball. Come on out and join in the fun.
Top of the 6th, Potters trailing this one 4-1. Jojo Villarreal out there for his 3rd inning of work. He struck out 3 in his first 2 innings. Gave up a single back in the 4th, but that was erased on it when he picked off Hemberger at first base. And since then, he's retired 5 straight. And here's Josh Pernetti, who has singled in a run and hit a sacrifice fly. So Josh is 1 for 1 with 2 runs batted in this one. Pernetti, Nate Schwartz, and Luke Piazza, 6, 7, and 8 for the Mudcats here in the 6th. Left-hander against left-hander. That is in there for a strike at 84 from JoJo. 0-1. Forgot he was the dueling dog batter, but so far he's kind of turned us away at that. There's a breaking ball outside, so if he strikes out, 50% off dueling dogs products until the end of the inning. And a hint, those products are beer. You know, I don't want to disguise it or anything. We've got some vicious dogs on the soundtrack, but it hasn't really affected Josh Pernetti so far. Check swing. I think he went. What do you think, Ump? Oh, Ump says no. Of course, it looked like it was a strike anyway, so even Riley went, what? 2-1. Two balls, 1 strike. Here's JoJo from the windup. Fastball is outside, 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike. Really trying to get the dogs a-barking. Fastball is ball 4. So Pernetti is on for his 2nd time, and that'll bring up Nate Schwartz, who's walked and singled. So he is 1 for 1 in this one. 256 for Nate out of Los Gatos, California, Cosumnes River College. He has 4 home runs and 22 runs batted in. JoJo going to first a little bit too late. Nice play by Lavin to get that throw over there. Keep it in play. So I trust that Pernetti will stay quite close over at first base. That's in the dirt. Nice block by Nolan Wilson. He's had a couple of them tonight. Keeps it from going back to the backstop. Keeps it at 1 ball and no strikes. Pernetti leads at first. Nobody out here in the top of the 6th. Swing and a miss at a fastball at 84. Nice looking pitch by JoJo. 1-1 on Nate Schwartz. 4 home runs, 22 runs batted in. Breaking ball, nice looking pitch in there for a strike. Nate thought it was a little bit too high, but I say it was a strike, and that usually counts for more. Brunetti leads at first base. One-two pitch pulls away from it inside for a ball. 2-2. Three in the second and 1 in the third for the Mudcats. Potters just scored once in the first. Breaking ball hit down the first base line, a protect me swing, and it protected him as it rolls down the first base. Potters with 1 run on 1 hit in the first inning and haven't had a hit since then. They've got a lot of base runners, but haven't had a hit. Off of Arantia. Swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch. And JoJo gets his 4th strikeout, but still a runner at first with 1 out. And here's Luke Piazza, who walked and grounded out. So he is 0 for 1, does have an RBI on a bases-loaded walk back in the second inning. Luke out of Simi Valley, California, and UC Davis. Left-handed hitter against the left-hander JoJo Villarreal. In the dirt for a ball, 1-0. Nate Hamburger scheduled next for the Mudcats. Check of the runner at first. He does not have a very big lead at all. That's chopped very slowly over to the right side. Going to be a tough play. JoJo's trying to get it, and it's thrown away over at first base, and the runner will go. No, he's going to stop at second base. So it's just a really slow roller, and Herrera tried to pick it up, get it over to first quickly, but it got by Lavin. It's going to be an infield single, and thankfully for the Potters, Pernetti just stayed at second base, couldn't advance to third, so it's 2 on and 1 out now, and Nate Hamburger the hitter. Salem, Oregon for Nate. Struck out and singled, so he is 1 for 2. Just a slow roller, nothing anybody could do. If JoJo couldn't cut it off, it was not going to be able to be played. And so it's first and second. Hit number 7 for the Mudcats in this one. They are threatening here with the top of the order on deck. Fastball in there for a strike. 0-1. Hamburger from Willamette University. We have a ball coming out of the bullpen from the Mudcat side, so we'll have a temporary timeout here. Oh, and 1 pitch coming up to Hamburger. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Bronson Balholm on deck, switch hitting second baseman. The top of the order. Crawdads up on the Prune Packers in the 8th inning, 8-2. 0-2 coming from JoJo. Check swing, I don't think he went, so it's down low. Another nice block by Nolan Wilson. You're going to ask it first, but the first base umpire said, come on. You don't need to ask me. Potters with a little activity in their bullpen as well. So we've got activity in both pens. We're in the top of the 6th. 1 out, 2 on for the Mudcats, and a 1-2 count on Nate Hamburger. Breaking ball, beautiful pitch, call, strike 3. 5th strikeout for JoJo. And now Bronson Balholm is the hitter. Switch hitting second baseman. Grounded out twice. One of those was an RBI ground out in the second, then popped to second in the 4th. Hitting right-handed against JoJo Villarreal. Max McGee on deck, but still runners at first and second here. Breaking ball swung on and missed. 0-1. Ruben Church at third, Mendocini at short, Herrera at second, Lavin at first for the Potters. Wilson behind the plate, 0-1 pitch. That's chopped out towards short. Mendocini quickly to second for the force. Nice job by JoJo to get out of it. We go to the bottom of the sixth. Potters trail it 4-1.
Gooseport Public House. We have sports on 10 big screen TVs, 23 beer taps with classics and crafts, a full bar with creative craft mixed drinks, live music, and most importantly, great fresh food. In downtown Roseville off Vernon Street. Only 15 minutes from the ballpark. See ya at Gooseport. Lincoln Area Archives Museum is the official partner of the Potters' 100th anniversary season. The museum is located just around the corner in Bierman Plaza in the center of the Old Historic District. Plan your visit and learn about early Lincoln history.
Bottom of the sixth, Mudcats lead 4-1. Jack Derby, the new pitcher, out of Rockland, 6'3", left-hander, headed to UC Riverside. He takes over Brian Arantio, who was really good, although he was, well, here's the numbers. 5 innings pitched, just 1 hit and 1 run. That's the bottom line. He hit 5, he walked 3, but he struck out 8. So he had a 1-to-1 ratio between walks and strikeouts, but only gave up 1 hit and leaves with a 4-1 lead. So that's pretty successful, I would say, for the right-hander. Out of Fairfield, California, he gives way to Jack Derby. And Jack will face Luke Lavin, Dominic Rodriguez, and J.J. Mendocini, 6, 7, and 8 in the Potters order. Nate Schwartz is behind the plate for the Mudcats. Josh Pernetti at first, Brendan Balholm at second. Jeff Hoffman at short, and Ben Pernetti in third. Max McGee in left. Nate Hamburger in center, and Luke Piazza is over in right field. So that gets them set in the bottom of the sixth. And here's Lavin, who is hit into a fielder's choice and struck out. First pitch is outside. Darby 0-2 so far. This is his 10th appearance of the season. That one is outside for a ball. 29 walks in 19 innings, 24 strikeouts for Derby. So it's 2-0 on Lavin. That's grounded foul by the Potters dugout, so it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Two and 1, Lavin out of Laguna Beach, California. Here's the 2-1. Look out, that's inside, ball 3. He had 29 walks in 19 in the third innings for Derby. He is out of Rockland, California, 3-1. That's high, ball 4. So the 9th free pass given to the Potters so far tonight, and here's Dominic Rodriguez. He was hit by a pitch back in the second, struck out in the third. As we mentioned, Arante with 8 strikeouts in 5 innings, mostly off that breaking ball. Got guys swinging and missing. activity in the Potters pen and activity already in the Mudcats, and probably already was. Just didn't look down there. Rodriguez up here now against Derby. Fastball outside for a ball, 1-0. Left-hander against right-hander. That's inside, 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes. Jack the runner. Derby comes to the plate for the 2-0 pitch. Outside, ball 3. (3-0) on Dominic Rodriguez. Lavin at first base. We're in the bottom of the 6th from McBean Stadium. Shows bunt, and that one came right down the middle. And that's kind of like a rule. When you show bunt, the ball's right down the middle. 81 miles an hour for Derby. He gets that one over the plate, so now it changes the complexion a little bit here as it's 3-1. Popped up, but out of play, so it's 3-2. J.J. Mendocini on deck for the Potters. Then Alex Johnson at the bottom of the order. 3 balls, 2 strikes on Dominic Rodriguez. Popped up right side. Second baseman going out, that's Bauholm. He's going to circle it and make the catch for the out. So good job by Derby to come all the way back and get Rodriguez to pop out to second base. And that brings up J.J. Mendocini.
Now batting for the Potters, our shortstop from Vacaville, California, J.J. Mendocini.
Switch hitter's going to bat right-handed. Looks like Anthony Perez warming up for the Potters, the big right-hander. So here's Mendocini, who is hit into a fielder's choice and grounded to shortstop. That was left-handed off of Arantia. This is his first time hitting right-handed. Shows bunt, bunts it right back toward the pitcher. Takes a nice bounce for the Potters, and he's going to beat that one out. It bounced, it was going back toward the pitcher, and then it took a left turn. A little English on that one, and that's a base hit. Just the second hit for the Potters, and it didn't go more than 25 feet. And I think the coach for the Mudcats is going to say maybe it hit his foot or something, because it did take a weird bounce, but it took the bounce after it bounced once, hit the ground, and then went left. I didn't see anything that indicated it hit him or anything, but that's what the question is. And they might ask the plate umpire, although if the base umpire saw that, he probably would have called it already, but we will see what we will see. And hopefully it stands, because we've got a rally with 2 on and 1 out, and Alex Johnson coming to the plate. Alex so far hasn't swung the bat. The ball's hit him twice, and he's been on first base both times, because those are the rules. So he's got the arms out, got the emoji. Hey, what's up, man? Base umpire not giving him any satisfaction there. And we are ready to go here. Almost ready to go, as here comes Alex Johnson out of Sierra College, headed to Chico State in Granite Bay, California. Looks down at his third base coach. The Potters have had runners all game long. 5 hit by pitch, 4 walks, now just 2 hits. And that one by Mendocini. He's at first base. At second base is Luke Lavin. That's in the dirt. Nice play behind the plate. And there goes the runner anyway. The throw to third. He is out at third base. A big blunder by the Potters on the bases right there. Good stop by Schwartz. Lavin took off, and he is thrown out at third base. Moving to second is Mendocini. So now 2 outs, and here's Alex Johnson. 1 ball and no strikes on Alex. 6 for 16 on the summer with 3 runs batted in. Had 3 hits and 3 runs batted in the game yesterday against these same Mudcats. 1-0 on him. Inside, that one does get away, and then going to third will be Mendocini. So he's over at third, but 2 outs. A 2 ball, no strike count on Alex Johnson. Top of the order, Tyler Garrity to follow, but it all relies on Alex Johnson right here. He's got the 2-0 count. Quiet in the bullpen for the Mudcats right now. Hit line drive over by the grassy knoll, over the head of the grassy knoll into the fence over there that Matt Lundgren was talking about before the game. They're going to do some work over there and try to get some more grassy knoll area over there for people to come in and sit. And that sounds like an exciting deal. 2-1 now on Johnson. That's in the dirt. What a block by Schwartz. It gets away, but not far enough. He's looking for it, but he would have found it by the time J.J. came down the line. So 3-1 now on Alex Johnson. Three balls, one strike. High in the air, center field, but playable. Moving over his hamburger. And he makes the catch, and that's the end of the inning. The Potters squander a chance. They don't score. We go to the top of the seventh inning. Potters trail 4-1.
Loomis Basin Brewing Company, a proud sponsor of your Lincoln Potters. Visit them at 3277 Swetzer Road in Loomis or call 916-259-2739.
Being in the market for a new home comes with more than just buying a property. It is finding the right house in the right neighborhood in the right community. Since 2005, Lori with Frey & Associates Real Estate has lived and worked as a real estate broker in Lincoln. She is passionate about local organizations and volunteers with them as well.
She's knowledgeable, she knows, she asks a lot of questions, she gets things done.
We still learn a lot from Lori, and she's very helpful, very positive, and has been wonderful broker.
We at Frey & Associates are your local hometown realtor, and we are here for you.
It's all you.
No, I insist.
It's your turn.
Nope, I think it's your turn.
I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Go.
I appreciate your appreciation. It fills me.
Safe drivers save money with Farmers.
Just for driving safely?
It's a Farmers policy perk. Get Farmers and you can get a safe driver discount simply for having a clean driving record for 3 years.
Come on. After you.
After you.
Safety first.
Get a whole lot of something with Farmers policy perks.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum. Lincoln Potters Baseball. Come on out and join in the fun.
Top of the seventh, Potters trailing at 4-1. Anthony Perez is on for the Potters. He will be making his 8th appearance on the season. He is 3-1 with a 2.63 ERA. 24 innings pitched, 24 strikeouts, 11 walks. Anthony is newly committed to William Jessup University, so he will be making his first appearance as a member of that class. He's up here against the 2, 3, and 4 hitters for the Mudcats. That's Max McGee, then Jake Tandy, and Jeff Hoffman. As the Mudcats lead at 4-1. They scored their runs, 3 in the second, 1 in the third. Potter scored in the first, and it's been 4-1 since then. JoJo Villarreal, 3 innings pitched, 2 hits, and 5 strikeouts for the Potters. He did give up one base on balls, but JoJo was very good tonight. He kept the Mudcats where they were so that Potters could try to come back, but not able to do so far, but it's still the 7th inning. Perez works from the stretch against Max McGee, who struck out 3 times so far in this one. That's outside for a ball, off the glove of Nolan Wilson. McGee from Pleasanton, California. San Joaquin Delta College. 1-0 is outside and low, 2-0. Two balls, no strikes. Activity in the Mudcats pen as Derby got out of that inning. It was a little messy, but he got out unscathed by getting a fly out to center field from Johnson. 2-0 pitches outside, ball 3. Perez wearing 43 instead of his customary 32 in this one. That one is in there for a strike, 3-1 at 88 miles an hour by Anthony. Tandy and Hoffman, probably the two best hitters in the Mudcat lineup. They are the next two. We've got 3 hits between them. That's another good-looking pitch in there for a strike from Anthony Perez. 3-2. Came all the way back from 3-0. See if he can finish the deed here on Max McGee. Hitting at 280 coming in with 11 runs batted in for the Mudcats. That's outside, an easy take for ball 4.
See? Exactly. We're all on the same page.
So Perez is going to get himself a new baseball. Didn't like that one. It's about 2 feet outside on the final pitch, and that'll bring up Jake Tandy. He's grounded out, doubled, and grounded out again. So he's 1 for 3 with a double and a run scored back in the 3rd inning. Out of West Sacramento, California, and UOP, Jake Tandy. .322 on the summer. First pitch is right down there for a strike. Jake has 1 home run and a dozen runs batted in. Jeff Hoffman to follow. Breaking ball's hit up in the air to left field. Johnson moving over, still moving over. Makes the catch at the fence for the first out. Didn't think it had enough to get out of here, but you never know. And people were concerned. Ooh. But it's a fly out to left for Jake Tandy, and Jeff Hoffman coming to the plate. A couple of singles and a strikeout for Jeff. The strikeout against JoJo Villarreal in the 5th. He singled and scored in the 2nd and singled again in the 3rd. So he is 2 for 3 as Jeff Hoffman. He's out of Willamette University from Salida, California. McGee at first base. First pitch is in the dirt, blocked by Nolan Wilson again. 1-0 on Hoffman, who's followed by Ben Pernetti. Good lead at first base by McGee. Perez to the plate, outside. Snagged by Nolan Wilson. It's considerably outside. 2-0 now on Hoffman. Hoffman came in at .375. 1 home run, 7 batted in, and he's 2 for 3 here tonight. Good cowbell representation out here from the Potters fans on this Wednesday evening. That's in the dirt. That's going to bounce and go all the way up over the screen. And going on to second base will be McGee. 3 balls and no strikes, and now McGee down at second base. One out here in the 7th inning. That's ball 4, and it's outside. Gets back to the backstop and going to third will be McGee on another wild pitch. Second walk of the inning from Perez. First and third now with 1 out, and it'll bring up Ben Pernetti, who's reached on an air and struck out twice. And then we're going to have a meeting at the mound, so we're going to step away for 30 seconds in the top of the 7th, and the Mudcats leading 4-1.
Placer Valley Tourism. Our mission is to increase the health of the hotel industry through occupancy and average daily rate in Roseville, Rockland, and Lincoln. Proud partner of the Potters in the 2023 West Coast World Series Tournament from August 8th to 11th.
It's all you.
No, I insist.
It's your turn.
Nope, I think it's your turn.
I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Go.
I appreciate your appreciation. It fills me.
Safe drivers save money with Farmers.
Just for driving safely?
It's a Farmers policy perk. Get Farmers and you can get a safe driver discount simply for having a clean driving record for 3 years.
Come on. After you.
After you.
Safety first.
Get a whole lot of something with Farmers policy perks.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Back to the action. Perez's first pitch to Pernetti is inside for a ball. Sebastian Kirchner warming up for the Potters in their bullpen. First and third, and 1 out here in the 7th. That's high up in the air to left center field. Garrity giving chase. Still giving chase. Makes the catch. The tag is made at third base. It'll be a sacrifice fly, and the Mudcats are ahead 5-1. Pernetti hit that one very well to center field. Got himself an RBI. As scoring is McGee. Staying at first is Jeff Hoffman. It's now 5-1 for the Mudcats. And Josh Pernetti to the plate. He has singled, hit a sacrifice fly, and walked. There is one more chance for him to strike out and be the dueling dogs batter. But so far he has not accommodated Potter fans at all with the single, sacrifice fly, and a walk. That's down low for a ball, 1-0. Pernetti at 237 has a pair of home runs and 13 runs batted in. Picked up 14 and 15 tonight already. He's followed by Nate Schwartz in the order for Solano. Breaking ball inside, 2-0. Anthony Perez from Suisun City, California. And just committed to William Jessup University. Inside, ball 3. 3-0. Last time Anthony pitched was July the 1st, so he has not been on the mound in a long time. 3-0 pitch. Line drive right field, coming on, and making the catch in right is Dominic Rodriguez. So 1 run and 1 left in the 7th for the Mudcats. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Mudcats lead this one 5-1.
Gooseport Public House. We have sports on 10 big screen TVs, 23 beer taps with classics and crafts, a full bar with creative craft mixed drinks, live music, and most importantly, great fresh food. In downtown Roseville off Vernon Street, only 15 minutes from the ballpark. See ya at Gooseport.
Old Town Pizza, a proud sponsor of your Potters baseball, will deliver you a slice that you won't soon forget. Come see why they've been voted the best of the best 12 straight years. Visit otpizza.net to get yours today. But don't take it from me.
I think Old Town Pizza should be expanded through the state or even through the country because it's so delicious.
Lincoln Potters Baseball. Placer County's best-kept secret is back for another exciting summer at historic McBean Stadium. 33 action-packed home games loaded with fun for the whole family. Local beer, wine, and eats. Fireworks, giveaways, theme nights, kids zone, and more. Come join in the fun and enjoy small-town baseball with Major League Entertainment. Tickets on sale now at LincolnPotters.com.
Lincoln Potters Baseball. Come on out and join in the fun.
So Jack Darby still out on the mound for, or Jack Derby, my bad, still on the mound, I believe, for the Mudcats, who now lead 5-1. Final from Healdsburg. The Crawdads beat the Prune Packers 8-2. Their second straight win over Healdsburg. I believe that pulls them to within a half game of first place in the division. Admirals beating the Stompers 7-1. So let's go with the top of the order. Tyler Garrity, Reuben Church, and Ben Higdon against Derby, who gave up a walk and a bunt single in the 6th, but got out of there without a problem as a runner was thrown out trying to advance. A couple of pop-ups. Garrity has been hit by a pitch, struck out and into a double play, so he is 0 for 2. Shows bunt, pulls it back, it's outside for a ball. 1-0 on Tyler from Seneca, Kansas, and the University of Kansas. Shows bunt again and bunts it down the third base line. If it stays fair, it's a hit. They're going to let it roll, and it rolls foul. Tremendous. If it was Pernetti or somebody who told Pernetti to let it go, he was going to pick it up with the right hand, pulled the hand back at the last moment, and it went foul. So somebody made a good call for the Mudcats over there, and it is now 1 ball and 1 strike. Else Garrity was already down to first base. It would have been no play, really, on Tyler. Potters trailing at 5-1 here. We're in the bottom of the 7th. If you can't get people pumped up playing the Green Acres theme song, then I don't know what's wrong with people. I really don't. Am I right, Willie? It's Green Acres, man. It's a place to be. Outside for a ball. 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Starting off the bottom of the 7th inning. Garrity, Church, and Higdon here in the inning for the Potters. Look out, that's inside, 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike. Garrity hitting .287 coming in tonight with a pair of home runs and 22 RBI. 22 runs scored as well, which he has 23 now, and he just got a base on balls to start the inning. So he's on for the second time, and here's Reuben Church, who was grounded to third, walked. So he is 0 for 1. No activity in the the Mudcats pen, but they've been warming some people up, so you don't think it would take them too long to get somebody ready if they chose to. As here's Church. Reuben with 3 home runs and 19 batted in just 12 games. First pitch sails high and outside, 1-0. Ben Higdon to follow. Garrity at first base. 1-0 to Reuben Church. Potters with just 2 hits tonight. There goes the runner. The pitch is swung on the line to left. Make that 3 hits. Rounding second is Garrity. He's going to stop. No, he's going to keep going. And he's in under the... Oh, they called him out at third base. They called him out, and they've thrown the third base coach out because that was a very bad call, it looked like. And Garrity is thrown out at third base on a hit from Church. Didn't really think there was any way. The ball bounced up, and the tag was slapped down after the leg looked like it was already on the bag. But Garrity is out. And ejection. JP's going to have to go down and take third base now. That was JP's going to first come on and have a word. And maybe try to get somebody to say, did anybody have a better angle than that? The third base umpire was right on the play. It just looked like he made the wrong call. So Potters get a new third base coach, and after a little more conversation, I think we'll have a little more action. Church is at first base. Bad deal for the Potters. They've had 2 runners thrown out at third base in the last 2 innings. That one looked like Tyler got in under the tag, but was out nonetheless. And here's Ben Higdon. Good line drive by Reuben Church. A little hit and run action for the Potters. First pitch is high for a ball. 1-0. One ball, no strikes on Ben. That one is in there for a call strike. Looked pretty good. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ben has struck out twice and hit into a fielder's choice. So he is 0 for 3. Big chopper down to first base. Going to second for 1. And all right, we're going to have a foul ball. I think it was off Ben's foot. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes now. So a critical play right there at third base for the Potters tonight, because let's face it, they're not doing things well, and they had a break there with a base hit and the runner going, but called out at third base. And 1-2 now on Higdon. Outside for a ball, 2-2. Big sweep and breaking ball from the left-handed Jack Derby. Patrick Herrera is on deck. That's high and inside, ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes on Ben out of Paducah, Kentucky. We always send a hello out to Paducah, Kentucky. High fly ball, right center field. Center fielder moving over Hamburger and makes the catch in deep right center field for the second out. Would have been a nice-looking sacrifice fly, but that's not the way things work, and there's 2 outs now. And here's Patrick Herrera. Hit it well, just hit it to a little wrong part of the park there. Here's Herrera. He struck out. He's walked. He's been hit by a pitch. So he's 0 for 1 officially, Patrick Herrera. 3:06 coming in. That's in the dirt. Nice block by Schwartz. Keeps the runner at first base. 1-0 on Patrick Herrera with Nolan Wilson to follow. 2 outs here in the Potters' 7th. That's in the dirt again, and another nice block by Schwartz. 2-0 on Herrera. Patrick with 4 home runs and 12 runs batted in. All 4 of those home runs in the last 2 weeks as he's been swinging the hot bat. High ball 3. 3-0. Three balls, no strikes on Herrera. Ball 4. So 2 walks and a hit and a long fly ball for the Potters in the inning, but they still have nothing to show for it. And here's Nolan Wilson, who struck out twice and singled in the only run the Potters have. That was way back in the first inning. And we're going to have a visit to the mound. We may have a pitching change. We'll step away for just a second. 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. Potters trailing at 5-1. Back to the action here at McBean Stadium. Nolan Wilson up to the plate with 2 on and 2 out. Right-handed hitter. 20 runs batted in on the summer for the Potters, including the one he got tonight in the first inning. Fastball is in there for a strike, 0-1. Luke Lavin to follow. Wilson 0-1. Outside, 1-1. Church is at second. At first is Patrick Herrera. High for a ball, 2-1. Activity, as we said, in the bullpen for the Mudcats. 2-1 on Nolan Wilson. 3:47 coming in tonight. Outside, ball 3. 3-1.
I say it 5 times over the mic.
3-1. Willie Preston, just a world-class complainer over here. I mean, he is really complaining a lot. Line drive, right center field. That's a base hit. Here comes 1 run. Will score. I believe the throw's going to go to third. It's going to be close to third, and he is out at third base. So 1 run scores, and the runner at first, Herrera, is thrown out at third. So 1 run for the Potters on 2 hits. We go to the 8th. Potters trail 5-2.
It begins on the farm, where hard work breeds motivation. Care is taken under watchful eyes. With new growth comes inspiration, where playtime is mandatory. Welcome to Dueling Dogs Brewing Company. Meet the Stevens, A husband and wife who work hand in hand to craft exclusive small batch beer, mead, and cider. Using locally sourced ingredients to ensure freshness in every glass. We're a community of farmers, local artisans, and amazing food make for a truly inspired atmosphere. At the end of the day, we know the value of hard work. The families it unites, it's in the pride we take, the stories we tell, and the best friends who are cherished. Dueling Dogs Brewing Company.
Lincoln Potters Baseball. Come on out and join in the fun.
5-2, top of the 8th. It's Sebastian Kirshner coming in to pitch for the Potters here in the 8th inning. Riley, Vassar, Villarreal, Perez, and now Sebastian Kirshner. He's making his 10th appearance on the season. 0-1, 7.27 ERA. Make that 11th appearance. 12 strikeouts in 8 2/3 innings and 6 base on balls. So Kirshner will face Nate Schwartz, Luke Piazza, and Nate Hamburger here in the 8th inning. Potters have had 3 runners thrown out at third base in the last 2 innings, and you don't get that very often. Now, one of them I don't think he was out, but the other 2 probably was. Oh, Riley says it wasn't even out the third. Oh, come on. Oh, you don't know. What do you know, Riley? Come on. You're an engineer. You're Engineer Riley. So here's Kirshner. Now he's not going to start yet. He's going to call Nolan Wilson out to take a little siesta there, and they're going to talk about it. Wilson picked up his second run batted into the game with that single to center field. But give credit to Nate Hamburger, an excellent throw from center field to third base to put the tag on Patrick Herrera. So it's 5-2. We're in the top of the 8th. The Healdsburg Prune Packers have already lost today. The Crawdads beat them 8-2. Fastball on the outside corner for a strike at 89 from Sebastian Kirshner. 0-1. It was outside corner is what I'm saying. That is outside for a ball. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike on Schwartz, who has walked, singled, and struck out. So he is 1 for 2. Nate came in at 256 today. Watches a breaking ball go outside, 2-1. 4 home runs, 22 runs batted in for Nate. Three and 1. Seven hits for the Mudcats here tonight, 4 for the Potters. Right back up the middle into center field, make that 8 hits for the Mudcats as Schwartz singles up the middle, his second hit of the game. And that'll bring up Luke Piazza, who has walked, grounded out, and singled himself. So he is 1 for 2 in this one. His single was an infield single, just a slow roller to second base. First pitch is fouled back to the backstop, so it's 0-1 on Luke Piazza. Luke out of Simi Valley, California. Hitting at 167, but is 1 for 2 today. Has 4 runs batted in. Picked up 1 in the second inning with the bases loaded walks, so now has 5. Nice breaking ball by Kirshner. It's in there for a strike. 0-2 on Piazza. Nate Hamburger to follow, and then the top of the order for the Mudcats. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning, or top of the 8th inning. Breaking ball in there, call strike 3 in the corner. So Piazza down on strikes for the first out here in the 8th, and Nate Hamburger, who's struck out, singled, and struck out. So he is 1 for 3. He just made that excellent throw out in center field to cut down a runner at third base. Critical play in the bottom of the 7th. Breaking ball outside for a ball. 1-0. Bronson Bauholm on deck. That's in the dirt. That gets away. Going to second base. It's going to be Schwartz, and can't find it for Nolan Wilson, but Schwartz is going to just kind of pull up and stay at second base. So he is there with 1 out, and a 2-0 count now on Nate Hamburger. That's chopped back toward the backstop. Seemed to be frozen there for a second in time. Wasn't going to go forward or backward. Finally goes backward. I could have just stared at it for hours. 2-1 on Hamburger. Sebastian Kirshner, 5th pitcher for the Potters tonight. That's a nice looking pitch on the outside corner. 2-2. That's outside, gets through Wilson. He might have a chance at third, but doesn't look up, and Schwartz will go to third. So he's 90 feet away with a 3-ball, 2-strike count on Hamburger. Potters bring the infield in now. They trail this one 5-2 in the 8th. Line down the right field line, but that's slicing foul toward the Potters bullpen. So stays 3-2 on Nate Hamburger. Willie's calling for cowbells. He usually gets good cowbell response, and he did it again tonight. Good crowd out here with the cowbells. 3-2 now on Hamburger. Schwartz at third. Line drive right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. An RBI single for Hamburger, and the Mudcats lead at 6-2. His second hit of the night. Picks up his 6th run batted in. And that'll bring up Bronson Bauholm, the second baseman, batting again from the left side, the switch hitter. Grounded out, hit into a fielder's choice, popped out, and hit into another fielder's choice. So Bronson 0 for 4 so far tonight, hitting at .282 on the summer out of Tempe, Arizona. Swinging a miss, a fastball at 87 from Kirshner. 0-1. Max McGee to follow. Breaking ball, line down to third, snagged by the third baseman Church. He guns it across to first, not in time. Strong arm from Reuben Church, but not in time at first base. Bellum is down for the second out, and that will bring up Max McGee, who struck out 3 times and walked and scored in the 7th inning. 280 for Max out of Pleasanton, California. Nice looking pitch in there for a strike. 0-1 on McGee. Jake Tandy to follow, the designated hitter for the Mudcats tonight. They've scored once here in the 8th. They lead at 6-2. There goes the runner. Outside for a ball. The throw to second base is going to be too late. And stealing second base is Nate Hamburger. He's in scoring position with a 1-ball, 1-strike count and 2 outs on McGee. Kirshner comes to the stretch, checks the runner at second. The 1-1 pitch outside, 2-1. 88 miles an hour from Sebastian. Two-one pitch. That's outside. That gets away. A wild pitch. Runner goes to third base. And a 3-ball, 1-strike count now on Max McGee. A lot of kids here today. A lot of kids running around having a good time. And they'll be out running the bases after the game. They'll enjoy that. 3-1 pitch outside, ball 4. So McGee walks for the second straight time. He's at first base. Over at third is Nate Hamburger, and Jake Tandy, who's grounded out, doubled, grounded out, and flied out, is the hitter. We'll have a meeting at the mound for the Potters to talk to Sebastian Kirshner. We'll take a 30-second break here with the score 6-2 in favor of the Mudcats. Jake Tandy, the hitter for the Solano Mudcats. The winner of the raffle was going to give me her ticket, and I was just take it and handle it. I was just going to take care of it. I don't know what the problem is. I can handle it. Here's Tandy, 1 for 4, 322 on the season. McGee at first. Here's the pitch. Chopped down to third to Church. Going to take a strong throw across the diamond. He gives it to him for the out. So 1 run, 2 hits, 2 left. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Now the Mudcats 6 and the Potters 2.
Welcome back, Olympia's 5th grade orchestra.
Perhaps there's no place like your home because you made it so at R.C. Willey.
I'm Bill Evans, president of the Placer County Association of Realtors. We're in the store, our conference facilities, an amazing team helps keep together an amazing organization. And we thank them all.
This organization can't do what it does and can't run the way it runs without the help of so many members volunteering their time.
The success of the Placer County Association of Realtors is largely dependent on our active volunteer members to help our organization and industry. The work of our committees greatly impacts our ability to champion efforts across the board and giving back to the Placer County community wherever we can.
Like all service organizations, I wanted to serve. And getting involved with the affiliate committee was the perfect way to do that.
I love being able to serve my community with my business friends and other leaders and give back to those who are in need.
The thing I love about the PCAR committees is they all work toward the same goal of bringing the community together to support those in need in our surrounding area.
I instantly came to the meeting and had a wonderful time, felt like I was a part of something bigger, and it was just the start of my leadership journey.
Lincoln Potters baseball. Come on out and join in the fun.
Bottom of the 8th, Potters trail 6-2. Ryan Fortune is the new pitcher out of Marin Community College for the Solano Mudcats. He is 0-3 on the season. His 13th appearance, 19 2/3 innings, 14 strikeouts, 21 base on balls. So he comes on here to try to close this one out. We assume he'll try to close this one out. He's out in the 8th inning, and he will face Luke Lavin, then Dominic Rodriguez, and J.J. Menacini for the Potters, who have mustered 4 hits in this game. Been the beneficiary of 5 hit batters and 4 base on balls. Make that 5 base on balls. So here's Luke Lavin. He's walked, he's into a fielder's choice, and he's struck out. So he's 0 for 2 today. Luke at .292 coming in, been swinging a hot bat, 12 hits in his last 9 games. Out of Laguna Beach, California, headed towards Stanford University. 15 runs batted in, 15 runs scored, and here's Fortune's first pitch. And it's lined foul down the first base line into the Potters bullpen. 0-1 on Luke Lavin. Outside for a ball. Last time the Fortune pitch was against the Bruin Packers on the 22nd. Went 2 2/3 in that one. So he's out here with a 1-ball, 1-strike count on Luke Lavin. That is outside for a ball, 2-1. Out of St. Louis, Missouri, and Marin Community College, 5'11", Ryan Fortune. Works from the first base side of the rubber. Here's the 2-1. Fouled off by Luke Lavin, 2-2. Two balls, two strikes. High fastball, 81 from Fortune, 3-2 on Luke Lavin. Arantia went the first 5, then Derby went the next 2, and now Fortune. 3-2 pitch is hit high up in the air to left field, but playable to McGee, and he makes the catch for the first out. One down here in the 8th inning, and here's Dominic Rodriguez. He's been hit by a pitch, struck out, and then popped out to second base, so he is 0 for 2 in this one. Out of Turlock, California, the right-hand hitting right fielder. Hitting at 196 coming in with 7 runs batted in for the Ponders. This is his 14th game. Right-handed hitter against Fortune. Off-speed pitch in there for a strike. 0-1. That one is down low for a ball, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Dominic Rodriguez. He's followed by J.J. Menacini. It's like Jaden Bruno warming up for the Potters. That's popped out of play, so it's 1-2.
I was going to say, is it?
1-2 now on Dominic. That's ball 2. Evens the count up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Menacini and then Alex Johnson to follow. That's in the dirt, 3-2. Devin Martin warming up also for the Potters out there in the bullpen. So they got a lot of action out there as they trail it 6-2. Full count now on Dominic Rodriguez here. Fouled off by Rodriguez. Stays 3-2. A little bit ahead of that one, 73 miles an hour from Fortune. Here's the 3-2 pitch. That's ball 4. Good at bat by Rodriguez to get on for the second time tonight, and so he will be at first base as J.J. Menacini comes to the plate. J.J. has hit to a fielder's choice, grounded to short, and had a bunt single back in the 6th inning, so he is 1 for 3. Out of Vacaville, California. Steps in here against Ryan Fortune. Rodriguez down at first base. High and outside for a ball. 79 miles an hour from Fortune. 1 ball, no strikes on JJ. Playing at shortstop for the Potters. 3 for 7 coming in tonight. He is 1 for 3, so make that 4 for 10. Early on in his Potter career. High and outside again, 2-0. Potters with only 4 hits, but with a cornucopia of base runners in this one, as they've been the beneficiary of 5 hit batters and I believe a half dozen walks now. Throw over to first base and back in is Rodriguez. JJ hitting from the left side against Fortune. 2-0 coming up. Ball 3. 3 easy takes so far for JJ. As mentioned, nobody warming up for the Mudcats right now. But they've had several guys out there throwing tonight. 3-0 on JJ Menacini. That is in there for a strike. 3-1. Taken all the way on this one. 3-1 coming up. Swing and a miss, a high fastball. 3-2. Three balls and 2 strikes on JJ. Ball 4. So 2 on, 1 out. And Alex Johnson coming up to the plate. And we're going to have a meeting at the mound for the Mudcats. We'll stick here. Has 2 walks in the inning. Lavin started us off with the fly out to left field, then Rodriguez walked, and on a 3-2 pitch, Mendocini walked. And here's Johnson, who's been hit by a pitch twice in this one and flied to center field. Alex 6 for 17 as a Potter. Was 3 for 5 with 3 runs batted in last night, and could get 3 with a big fly right now, and something the Potters desperately need. Just 4 hits in this game for Lincoln. And here's Johnson, newly committed to Chico State University. Tyler Garrity to follow, the top of the order. First pitch gets away from the catcher, Schwartz, and going to go back to the backstop. That just went right through. It looks like the webbing of his glove or something. And the Potters have 2 runners in scoring position and a 1-0 count on Alex Johnson. 6-2 Mudcats. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning here from McBean Stadium in Lincoln, California. Mark the Phantom Low with you with engineer Riley. Stones McCoy lurking somewhere around the grounds. That's outside for a ball, 2-0. Comes a ball out of the bullpen from the Potters side this time, so we'll take a little temporary timeout. .2-0 coming up. That's high for a ball, 3-0. Coach Mike Margema, who we talked to extensively in the 5th inning, is taking over at third base. Coach Nate Esposito was the coach ejected when the, I'll say, controversial call at third was made. Riley gives me the nod, so that was the right word to use. 3-0 pitch coming up. Ball 4 outside. So 3 straight walks after the first out. Bases are loaded, and the batter's Tyler Garrity. And let's see if the Mudcats, who now have got somebody up and throwing, may not be time to get somebody in now as Garrity comes up here. So the Potters, after all that's happened today, have the potential tying run at the plate. Garrity has a pair of home runs. He has 22 runs batted in. He was hit by a pitch in the first, struck out, double play, ground out, and then a walk. And he takes the first pitch for a ball. 1-0, and he looks down at Mike Margema, who was Garrity takes a ball outside. Nice block again by Schwartz. .2-0 on Tyler Garrity. Bases loaded, bottom of the 8th. Potter fans that are hanging around on Rhino night, honoring 12 Bridges High School. Got the cowbells working. 2-0 pitch looked good. It was in there for a strike at 81, 2-1. Looks like Jake Tandy, the DH, is out there warming up for the Mudcats. That's popped out of play, so quickly Fortune comes back from 2-0 in a tough situation and gets to 2-2 on Tyler Garrity. Rodriguez, Mendocini, and Johnson on the bases. Fortune from the windup with the bases loaded. Breaking ball inside, 3-2. Full count, bases loaded. Potters down by 4. We're in the bottom of the 8th. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Leaves it up to Reuben Church, who has, he has a Grand Slam home run a couple of days ago against Walnut Creek. And he's singled, walked twice, and grounded out in this one. Out of Maryville, Tennessee, and the University of Kentucky, Mr. Reuben Church came in at 275. 19 runs batted in, 11 runs batted in the last 6 games. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball in there for a strike. 0-1. So Fortune bearing down after going 2-0 on Garrett. He comes back and gets the strikeout, now is ahead of Reuben Church. Oh and 1. Steps off the rubber. Shrugs at the catcher, who shrugs back. Inside with a fastball. 1-1 with Ben Higdon on deck. Outfield is deep for Reuben Church. Pulled around a little bit to the left. Fouled off on a check swing, so 1-2 now on Reuben Church. Ball bounces off the screen, right back to the umpire. Looks down and goes, oh, look what I found. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. We're in the 8th. Bases loaded for Potters. Outside, good hold up on Church. And a good block by Nate Schwartz. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Reuben. Fortune from the windup. That's hit well to right center field. And it's down out there in right center field. 1 run scores. Here comes the second. Here comes the third. The throw in. It's a 3-run double for Reuben Church. And the Potters now trail it 6-5. Church comes through, banks one into right center field. Everybody scoring with 2 outs. And Church ends up at second base. The Potters have made it a 6-5 ball game here in the bottom of the 8th with Ben Higdon coming to the plate. So 2 more hits for Reuben Church. He pushes his total to 22 runs batted in. And here's Higdon. Swing and a miss. 82 miles an hour right down the middle. 0-1. 6-5 now in favor of the Mudcats. And Higdon at the plate. 0 for 4 so far in this one. Swing and a miss again. 0-2. Line drive, right field base hit. Here comes Church around third. They're going to send him. The throw comes in. It's to the right side of the plate. He slides. He's in there. The game is tied. Ben Higdon delivers an RBI single. The Potters have scored 4 times. It's a 6-6 ball game in the bottom of the 8th. That one was for you, Grandma, all the way over in Florida. We're going to have a meeting at the mound. We'll have a pitching change. We'll come right back. We are in the bottom of the 8th. It's a different ball game right now. Potters 6, Mudcats 6.
Have you ever wondered, what is CMN? I thought so. Let me help. CMN stands for Children's Miracle Network, a non-profit organization that raises money for children's hospitals. Locally, UC Davis Children's Hospital is your CMN hospital, the only one in our area. It is a nationally ranked comprehensive children's hospital that provides the highest quality of care to pediatric patients like me. How is this level of care possible? With help from CMN donations. CMN teamed with corporate partners and community donors to fundraise for things like equipment, research, and patient care. All money raised locally during campaigns like this stays local to support children treated at UC Davis Children's Hospital. Sick and injured kids can't wait to get the care they need. And thanks to generous donors, partners and fundraisers like you, we don't have to. Please give wherever you see the Miracle Balloon, and thank you for supporting CMN at UC Davis.
Jake Tandy, the DH, is the new pitcher. Jake is making his 8th appearance of the season, 0-1 with a 4.91 ERA, 11 innings pitched, 11 strikeouts, and 9 walks. And he will inherit a runner at first base, Ben Higdon. Potter's got 3 base on balls in this inning. Ruben Church came through with a 2-out double that cleared the bases, and Higdon scored him with a single. And we are knotted up at 6 with Patrick Herrera, the 8th batter of the inning, coming to the plate. Potter's still just 6 hits with the 2 hits they've got this inning, but they've been the beneficiary of 8 walks and 5 hit batters, and finally taking advantage of that to tie this one up at 6. Herrera has been hit by a pitch, walked, and struck out. So he's 0 for 1, been to the plate 4 times. He has 1 appearance. And he's up here against Tandy with Higdon at first. Fastball misses outside at 87 from Jake Tandy. That's it sharply to the right of shortstop into left field. That's a solid base hit by Patrick Herrera. Moving to second base is Higdon. 3rd hit of the inning for the Potters. First for Patrick. And here is Nolan Wilson, who has a couple of singles and a couple of runs batted in this one. Singled in a runner in the first inning, then struck out in the 3rd, struck out in the 5th, came back with another RBI single in the 7th. He now has 21 runs batted in the season, came in at 347, and is 2 for 4 today. And a solid single right there by Patrick Herrera. Potters with 3 hits and 3 walks in this inning. And they have the potential to go-ahead run out at second base in the person of Ben Higdon. Breaking ball, line drive, second baseman snags it out of the air. What a play by Bronson Balholm out there. That one was headed to right center field. So 4 runs for the Potters in the 8th. We go to the 9th. It's a new ball game, 6-6.
Have you ever wondered, what is CMN? I thought so. Let me help. CMN stands for Children's Miracle Network, a non-profit organization that raises money for children's hospitals. Locally, UC Davis Children's Hospital is your CMN hospital, the only one in our area. It is a nationally ranked comprehensive children's hospital that provides the highest quality of care to pediatric patients like me. How is this level of care possible? With help from CMN donations. CMN teamed with corporate partners and community donors to fundraise for things like equipment, research, and patient care. All money raised locally during campaigns like this stays local to support children treated at UC Davis Children's Hospital. Sick and injured kids can't wait to get the care they need. And thanks to generous donors, partners, and fundraisers like you, we don't have to. Please give wherever you see the Miracle Balloon, and thank you for supporting CMN at UC Davis.
Lincoln Potters Baseball. Come on out and join in the fun.
Welcome back to the top of the 9th inning. Devin Martin, the new pitcher for the Potters. He is making appearance number, let's call it 16 on the season. No record, 0-0, 5.51 ERA, 16 and a third innings pitched, 18 strikeouts, 20 walks. So Devin from Minot State now is going to come on in the top of the 9th to face Jeff Hoffman, Ben Pernetti, and Josh Pernetti for the Mudcats. Big right-hander, 6'6", Devin Martin. Nolan Wilson with the line drive that seemed destined for right center field, but Bronson Balholm with a fine snag of it. And that ended that inning. The Potters scoring 4 times and tying us up at 6 here. Stompers have closed to within 7-4 against the Bay Area Admirals in that game in the 7th inning. Crawdads already beat the Prune Packers 8-2. And we are tied at this one, and here is Jeff Hoffman, who has singled twice, walked, and struck out. So he is 2 for 3, a .375 hitter on the summer. Out of Salida, California. Fastball is outside, goes back to the backstop. Jeff from Willamette University has a home run and 7 batted in, but is 2 for 3 today. Martin from the stretch. In the dirt for a ball, 2-0. Ben Pernetti, Josh Pernetti to follow here in the top of the 9th. Fastballs outside, 3-0. Inside, ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk to open the top of the 9th inning. And Ben Pernetti will be the hitter. He's reached on an error, struck out twice, and hit a sacrifice fly. So he is 0 for 3 in this one. Does have a run scored in that RBI. 6-6 here in the 9th. Ben from Elk Grove, California, and the San Joaquin Delta Community College. Left-handed hitter. Fastball is on the corner for a strike. At 89 from Martin. 7 for 15 for Ben coming into tonight with a pair of doubles. Left-handed hitter against the right-hander Martin. Bluffs over to first base. See the great Sarah Nevis, the photographer extraordinaire behind the plate. Swing and a miss. 82 from Devin Martin. Pernetti kind of spread his feet and kind of went after that one like a samurai. Didn't get it, 0-2. Short lead by Hoffman over at first base. Swing and a miss, he got him on strikes. So Martin picks up the strikeout. 1 out here in the 9th inning, and then on Josh Pernetti coming to the plate. He has singled, hit a sacrifice fly, walked, and flied to right. So I guess that's 1 for 2 and a RBI. Josh playing at first base today. Ben plays over at third. Hoffman still a shortish lead over at first base. Left-handed Pernetti waits, and Martin steps off. Nate Schwartz to follow, the catcher, hitting in the 7th spot for the Mudcats tonight. Fastball misses outside. 1-0. One ball, no strikes. Hoffman getting a little bit more of a lead over there. Martin does the plate in the dirt. Nice block by Wilson. 2-0. Activity in the Potter's pen. Nothing going on in the Mudcats. They just brought in Tandy, so presumably he'll be out there in the 9th inning. Swing and a miss. Fastball at 89 from Devin Martin. All 6'6" of him. 2-1 on Pernetti. Crowd on a Wednesday night, on a wine Wednesday, trying to get the Potters from, they got them from 6-2 to 6-6. Now they're trying to get them over the hump here. Crowd doing all the work tonight. Outside, ball 3. Hoffman walked to open the inning, then Ben Pernetti struck out. Now Josh Pernetti with a 3-ball, 1-strike count. Fastball is inside, ball 4. Second walk of the inning. Puts runners at first and second and brings up Nate Schwartz, who has walked, singled, struck out, and then singled again. So he is 2 for 3 in this one. Right-hand hitting catcher. Out of Los Gatos, California, Sunis River College, as Nolan Wilson goes out to talk to Devin Martin. Ruben Church wanders in from third to offer his 2 cents worth. They are talking about it for a while. Here's the umpire says, that's been quite a while out there, fellas, and, it's a nice night and everything. Everybody's enjoying themselves, but still, let's get it going here. Let's move it along. So here we go with Schwartz, 256, but he does have 4 home runs. He hit one pretty far earlier in the game. It was foul by a little bit. Swing and a miss, the fastball at 90 from Devin Martin. Great cut by Schwartz, great pitch by Devin Martin. And we go to 0-1. Padres have Lavin, Rodriguez, and Mendocini in the bottom of the 9th. Hopefully in a tie game. Fastball in there for a strike. At 88, 0-2. Perfect position by Martin on the inside corner and at the knees to go ahead 0-2. Outside corner, no, missed it. Ball 1-2. Good waist pitch. Had to think about it, but it was clearly outside. One and two coming up for Martin. Now he turns around to look at second base, and Hoffman trots back over to the bag. First and second, 1 out. Top of the 9th, 6-6 score. High pop up left side, giving chases. Church, I don't think he's going to run out of room, though. And he does, as it's over the grassy knoll there. And it'll still be 1 ball and 2 strikes on Nate Schwartz. Martin checks in with Nolan Wilson, gets the sign. Runners at first and second. 1-2 pitch coming up. High for a ball. Easy take there. So it's 2-2 now on Nate Schwartz. Right-hand hitter digs in. Slightly open stance from that right side. Luke Piazza waits on deck. Fastball's fouled back to the screen. At 89 again from Devin Martin. Staying alive is Schwartz. Padres and Mudcats back at it again tomorrow. I think it's a 5 o'clock first pitch. It's down in Fairfield. And the Padres are home 2 of the 3 final days of the season, Friday night and Sunday night against the Bay Area Admirals. Friday night a 6:05 first pitch. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Got him on a high fastball. So just a little bit high on that one. And here comes, though, Luke Piazza, who was walked, forced in a run in the second, grounded to third, singled, and then struck out looking. So Luke is 1 for 3 with an RBI in this one. Left-handed hitter out of Simi Valley, California, and UC Davis. Runners at first and second, but now 2 outs for the Padres. First pitch, nice-looking fastball, misses outside, 1-0. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts here in the inning. And Piazza with a 1-0 count. Nate Hamburger on deck. Bernetti at first. Hoffman is out at second. Outfield pretty much straight away, but pretty deep on Piazza. Fastball, that's right down the middle at 89. 1-1. Move to the top of the 8th inning in Sonoma. The Admirals lead the Stompers 7-4. 1-1 pitch coming from Devin Martin. Fastball looked good. Just missed. 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Martin against Luke Piazza. He's got 5 runs batted in on the summer. No home runs. That's a strike. 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. 2 outs, 2 on here in the top of the 9th inning. Potters and Mudcats tied at 6. Crowd getting into it. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss. He got him on strikes. So Martin comes through with 3 strikeouts in the 9th inning. Potters with a chance to win this one. We go bottom of 9th. We're tied at 6.
Loomis Basin Brewing Company, a proud sponsor of your Lincoln Potters. Visit them at 3277 Swetzer Road in Loomis or call 916-259-2739.
Have you ever wondered, what is CMN? I thought so. Let me help. CMN stands for Children's Miracle Network, a non-profit organization that raises money for children's hospitals. Locally, UC Davis Children's Hospital is your CMN hospital, the only one in our area. It is a nationally ranked comprehensive children's hospital that provides the highest quality of care to pediatric patients like me. How is this level of care possible? With help from CMN donations. CMN teamed with corporate partners and community donors to fundraise for things like equipment, research, and patient care. All money raised locally during campaigns like this stays local to support children treated at UC Davis Children's Hospital. Sick and injured kids can't wait to get the care they need. And thanks to generous donors, partners, and fundraisers like you, we don't have to. Please give wherever you see the Miracle Balloon, and thank you for supporting CMN at UC Davis.
Lincoln Potters Baseball. Come on out and join in the fun.
We are in the bottom of the 9th. It seemed like it would be a different story a little while ago, but it is tied now 6-6. Luke Lavin is the first hitter. Jake Tandy, who came on in the 8th, he is staying in here on the mound, the DH turned pitcher. And here's Luke Lavin, the first baseman, who's fielder's choice. Walked, struck out, fly to left. So 0 for 3 for Luke. Tandy from the windup. Nice breaking ball in there for a strike, 0-1. Lavin followed by Dominic Rodriguez and then J.J. Menacini. Lavin takes a fastball outside at 89 from Jake Tandy. 1 ball in, 1 strike. Lavin hitting at .292 as a pair of home runs on the summer. Been hot lately. Inside, ball 2. Luke has 12 hits in his last 9 games to boost his average up to .292. It's even higher it's over 300 in conference play. 15 runs batted in, 15 runs scored for Luke. Swing and a miss at a fastball at 88, 2-2. Good pitch by Tandy on that one. Two balls, 2 strikes. Infield moved around to the right side with Hoffman right up the middle. Chipped out into left field. Moving in is McGee. He's not going to get there. It's in front of him for a base hit. So Lavin chops one off to left field for a single, his first hit of the day. Potter's 7th hit. And here's Dominic Rodriguez, the right fielder. Hit by a pitch, struck out, popped down and walked for Dominic Rodriguez. He scored a run tonight. He looks down at Mike Marjama to see if he's going to be told to drop one down or exactly what the situation is, as Ben Pernetti is playing even with the bag at third. Obviously Josh Pernetti holding a runner on at first. No bunt showed. It's high and outside for a ball, 1-0. J.J. Menacini on deck. Lavin leads short at first. Rodriguez takes a fastball inside, 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes on Dominic Rodriguez. Lavin playing it safe at first. 2-0 coming up to Dominic. Outside, ball 3. 11 strikeouts and 9 walks in 11 innings so far for Tandy before he coming in. So pretty much a 1-to-1 ratio. He's behind 3-0 now on Rodriguez. That one is right down the middle for a strike at 86. 3-1 on Dominic. Hopefully getting something he can hit on a 3-1 pitch here. Lavin stays close over at first base. Swing and a miss into the catcher's glove. 88 miles an hour and a 3-2 count now on Dominic Rodriguez. A strong pitch by Tandy there. Left-hander warming up in the pen for the Mudcats. Potters is standing around in their bullpen. 3-2 coming up. Check swing, did he go? No, he did not. He walked ball 4. So now first and second. Let's see, we've got J.J. Mendocini coming up, who we already seen pretty good with the bunt, and we're going to have a meeting at the mound for the Mudcats to talk things over. And we're going to step away for just a second here as we're going to have a pinch runner as well. We'll get back to that and get the identity of that pinch runner when we come back. We're in the bottom of the ninth, 6-6 of Mudcats and Potters.
Gooseport Public House. We have sports on 10 big screen TVs, 23 beer taps with classics and crafts, a full bar with creative craft mixed drinks, live music, and most importantly, great fresh food. In downtown Roseville off Vernon Street, only 15 minutes from the ballpark. See ya at Gooseport.
So we're set up here, bottom of the ninth. J.J. Mendocini is the hitter. Potters with runners on first and second. It looks like number 15. I think that might be Lewis. So we have a pinch runner at second base. I think it might be Jordan Lewis, I think. We'll check. We'll get Riley to check on that. Everybody's playing up for the bunt. Mendocini. Here comes the first baseman all the way down there. Mendocini's going to bunt it. He bunts it right back up the middle. First baseman has it. He's going to have to go to first. He's not going to be in time. Mendocini beats it out. Gets the sacrifice, gets the single, and the Potters have the bases loaded. Second bunt hit of the game for J.J. Mendocini. And that brings up Alex Johnson. So Alex Johnson. So Johnson coming up with the bases loaded, nobody out. Still don't have the identity of the runner at third base. It is Jordan Lewis. Okay, so we were right on that one. And here's Johnson, who's walked, been hit by a pitch twice, and takes outside for a ball. 1-0. One and 0 on Alex Johnson. Infield obviously is in for the Mudcats. Johnson takes outside and low again, 2-0. Potters with a single, a walk, and a bunt single that was supposed to be a sacrifice, but Mendocini put spin on the ball or something because the first baseman, Pernetti, was coming in for the bunt. It was like 25 feet away and still couldn't get him. Johnson swings and misses. 87 by Tandy right down the middle, and Johnson was a little behind. 2-1 now. Tyler Garrity to follow. In outfield is even in. Johnson takes strike 2 call. Outfield's about medium deep. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Johnson. Swing and a miss. He got him on strikes. So big out right there for the Mudcats. Now they can play the middle infielders back for a double play if they choose to with Tyler Garrity. Tyler has struck out twice, hit into a double play, walked, and been hit by a pitch. So they will take the middle infielders and put them back. The corners are still in. Bases loaded, but now one out for the Potters, and here's Garrity. 22 runs batted in this season. Outside for a ball, and Schwartz had to get that one. It was going to go back to the backstop. 1-0. Tyler with a 287 average coming in. 0 for 3 tonight. He's got Jordan Lewis down at third base. Swing and miss. 1-1. Tandy at 88 right down the middle. Reuben Church on deck if need be. Hopefully for Potter fans they don't. Breaking ball outside, 2-1. Good eye by Garrity. Tandy changed up on him. Couldn't hit the outside corner. 2 balls, 1 strike. High pop up right side. It's a foul ball and it's going to go out of play. So 2 balls and 2 strikes now on Tyler Garrity. Two and 2 coming up to Tyler. Swing and a miss. Got him on strikes. So 2 straight strikeouts with the bases loaded, and that brings up Reuben Church. Church has grounded out, walked again, singled, and then had a 3-run double in the 8th inning that brought the Potters close. So Reuben up here now looked pretty good with the bases loaded and nobody out. Now it's 2 outs, and now it's Church at the plate. 22 runs batted in now for Reuben Church. Right-handed hitter settles in against Tandy, who's throwing about 88, 89. Fastball outside. 1-0 on Church. Lewis at third. Rodriguez at second. Menacini at first. Swing and miss, and that bat goes flying against the screen. Fortunately, we have a screen there. That would have ended up almost on the grassy knoll, I think. Well, it was straight. It wasn't exactly in that direction, but you understand my point. It's 1-1. Reuben's going to have a minute to commune with his bat for a second just to talk about what just happened and try to make sure it doesn't happen again. 1 ball, 1 strike. Church settles back in. We're ready to go. Tandy from the windup. Fastball's down low, 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Look out, there goes the bat again, and 2-2. It's very entertaining at bat. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. The bat's gone flying twice and hit the screen. We're going to have a bat consultation there as we're going to put some stuff on it. I think that's probably Ben Hagman right there putting. We don't really want a repeat of that. So it's 2-2 now on Church, and Tandy is just 1 strike away from striking out the side after loading the bases here in the bottom of the 9th. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So the Potters loaded the bases, 3 straight strikeouts from Tandy, and we go to the 10th with the score tied at 6.
Loomis Basin Brewing Company.
It begins on the farm, where hard work breeds motivation. Care is taken under watchful eyes. With new growth comes inspiration, where playtime is mandatory. Welcome to Dueling Dogs Brewing Company. Meet the Stevens, a husband and wife who work hand in hand to craft exclusive small batch beer, mead, and cider. using locally sourced ingredients to ensure freshness in every glass. We're a community of farmers, local artisans, and amazing food make for a truly inspired atmosphere. At the end of the day, we know the value of hard work. The families it unites, it's in the pride we take, the stories we tell, and the best friends who are cherished. Dueling Dogs Brewing Company.
Lincoln Potters Baseball. Come on out and join in the fun.
Vincent Ciccolello, the new pitcher for the Potters. He's making his 7th appearance on the season. No wins, no losses, 6.35 ERA, 8 strikeouts and 2 walks in 5 2/3 innings. Vincent coming out of Simi Valley, California, in UC Riverside. He will face Nate Hamburger, as I think we do the international runner, which means that Luke Piazza is going to be at second base. So he is at second base now, and Nate Hamburger is the batter. We'll see how the Mudcats choose to play it as they escaped a very dire situation. Bases loaded, nobody out in the bottom of the 9th, and Tandy struck out 3 straight Potters. So here's Nate Hamburger. He's singled twice and struck out twice. Got a new first baseman for the Potters as well, and they show bunt, and it is outside for a ball. Lavin was pinch run for, so we've got a new first baseman in there. Showing bunt again is Hamburger. He bunts it straight up in the air, right back to me, and I've got it, and it rolls off the tarp. I was under that one. So Rodriguez has moved in to play first base, so we got a new right fielder then. It might be Jordan Lewis. He bunts it right to first base. Rodriguez has it. He's thrown to third. The runner's going to go back to second. The thrower to first. They got him at first. That's the craziest play I've ever seen. Great play by Rodriguez. He gunned it to third. The runner went back to second, so the third baseman threw it to first and got him out anyway. That's easy. It's just the old 3-5-4 double single play. That happens all the time. I don't know what happens. 1 out. Rodriguez with a fine play. Bronson Balholm is going to come back and hit. So it is Jordan Lewis in right field. And Balholm's going to bat left-handed against the right-hander Ciccolello. Hamburger put down a good bunt, but Rodriguez was on it like a cat, gunned it over to third, and Church, seeing the runner go back to second, still had time with his arm to throw it to first base for the out. Playing back on Balholm here with 1 out. Ciccolello's pitch is swung on and missed at 91 for a strike. Max McGee to follow for the Mudcats. That's a crazy play. 2 very strong arms in Rodriguez and Church made it happen. And great job covering by Herrera. Swing and a miss again at 90 this time, so it's 0-2 on Balholm. It was grounded out, hit into a fielder's choice, popped out, hit into another fielder's choice, and then hit a line drive to third base. So Bronson 0 for 5 in this one. 0-2 right now. Check the runner at second base. That is Piazza. Swing and a foul in the catcher's glove, and it drops out of the catcher's glove. Wilson could not hold on. Stays 0-2 on Balholm. That one also at 90 by Ciccolello. Mudcats with 3 in the second, 1 in the third, and 1 in the 7th, and 1 in the 8th. Here's the 0-2 coming up from Ciccolello. Inside, and I think that might have hit Balholm. And if it did, that's too bad. It's 2-strike hit batter. So he'll go down to first base. So had him 1-2 or 0-2. hit him with the breaking ball, and now it's first and second, 1 out, and here's Max McGee, who struck out 3 times and walked twice, with Jake Tandy on deck. We are in the top of the 10th. We are tied at 6. We've got 1 out, and here's McGee with 11 runs batted in this season. Fastball is standing. There goes another bat, and that one almost made it out of the park, but it hit the screen there right at the end. And McGee takes over the longest bat throw from Reuben Church, although Church has 2 to McGee's 1. 0-1. It's a strange game, really, when you think about it. Got a lot of crazy stuff going on. Potters have had 3 runners thrown out at third base. We just had a bunt that we threw to third and then threw back to first to get the guy who bunted it. And we've seen 3 bats go flying. Riley only had 2 hot dogs and hasn't had one in 7 innings. So, I mean, that's crazy right there. Ciccolello comes set, runners at first and second. That's outside for a ball. Nolan Wilson behind the plate for the Potters. So Rodriguez is at first now. Lewis is in right field. Lewis came on to run for Lavin. One ball, 1 strike on McGee. Fastball, beautiful pitch in there at 90, 1-2. Primo pitch, outside corner at the knees. 1-2 now on McGee. Popped it up right side. Rodriguez has a beat on it in foul territory, it looks like, and makes the catch for the second out. So 2 outs, and now the tough Jake Tandy coming to the plate. Tandy has doubled. He's 1 for 5. Also struck out 3 guys with the bases loaded, so he's, obviously good in the clutch. He comes up here out of West Sacramento, California, and the University of the Pacific, 6'1". 322 on the season with 12 runs batted in. He's followed by Jeff Hoffman. Ciccolello comes set. Fastball's high for a ball. 1-0 on Tandy. Got some good fans doing some good Potters chants down there after 3.5 or 4 hours. They're still giving it to him. Well done. 1-0. Fastball just misses outside, 2-0. On Jake Tandy. Jeff Hoffman to follow. That's a fastball in the outside corner for a strike. Two and one. Two-one pitch from Ciccolello. Hit well to left field. Going back, and that one is out of here. A 3-run home run by Tandy, and the Mudcats take the lead. And that makes it 9-6 Mudcats. So strikes out the side in the bottom of the ninth. It's a 3-run homer in the top of the 10th. And the Mudcats lead at 9-6. And Jeff Hoffman will be the hitter. Hoffman chops one out towards shortstop, handled by Mendocini, over to first for the out. 3 runs in the top of the 10th for the Mudcats. We go to the bottom of the 10th. They lead at 9-6.
Lincoln Area Archives Museum is the official partner of the Potters' 100th anniversary season. The museum is located just around the corner in Bierman Plaza in the center of the Old Historic District. Plan your visit and learn about early Lincoln history.
The mouth-watering Big Mac with a savory Filet-O-Fish and a tasty McChicken. My goodness, that looks good. Oh, you're making a McDonald's menu hack. Yes, a land, air, and sea. Oh, it's going to tip over. No, it's good. It's good. Very stable. Order the land, air, and sea by name. Build it by hand.
Lincoln Potters Baseball. Come on out and join in the fun.
Bottom of the 10th inning, Potters trailing at 9-6. And Tyler Lamperti is coming in for the Mudcats to try to finish this one off. He is 1-0 with a 9.61 ERA, making his 8th appearance. He started one game, 19 2/3 innings, 18 strikeouts, 11 walks. The left-hander coming to us from Truckee, California, and Consumers River College. He's got Reuben Church, or somebody representing Reuben Church. No, it will be Reuben Church as the international runner out at second base, and Ben Higdon will be the hitter, followed by Patrick Herrera and Nolan Wilson. So here's Higdon. Ben is 1 for 5 with an RBI single that tied the game back in the 8th inning. The Potters, again, had the bases loaded in the bottom of the ninth with nobody out, and Tandy, who hit the 3-run homer just a minute ago, struck out 3 Potters in a row. So here's Higdon, picked up RBI number 18 back in the 8th inning. He's up here against Tyler Lamperti. Arantia started, gave up just 1 hit in 5 innings and struck out 8. And then Derby, Fortune, Tandy, and now Lamperti. So left-hander against left-hander to get us started here in the bottom of the 10th, 9-6 Mudcats. Lamperti's first pitch inside to Ben, 1-0. That one is outside and high, so it's 2-0 on Ben Higdon. Two balls and no strikes. Higdon takes in the dirt, 3-0. Church already out at second base. He's the international runner. Well, he's the American runner on international rules. I think that's probably closer. 3-0 coming up to Ben. Takes that one in there for a strike at 80. 3-1 and turns around and 3 balls, 1 strike on Higdon. Pops that one foul. So Lamperti comes all the way back from 3-0, now 3-2 on Ben from Paducah, Kentucky. 268 coming in. Picked up that 18th run batted in, has 4 home runs. Here's the 3-2 from Lamperti. Breaking ball, ball 4. Good at bat by Higdon. First and second now, which brings a potential tying run to the plate in the person of Patrick Herrera, who has been hit by a pitch, walked twice, struck out and singled. So he's 1 for 2. Right-handed hitter against Lamperti. Nolan Wilson to follow. That's a little squibber out into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. They're going to hold Church at third base. The throw comes all the way through and is cut off. That loads the bases for the second inning in a row for the Potters with nobody out. Second hit for Herrera, and here's Nolan Wilson. He singled twice, struck out twice, and lined out to second base on a fine play by Balholm back in the 8th inning. As Herrera dumps a single into center field, and here's Wilson. Nobody going in either bowl. Actually, the Potters do have a couple of people down there. I don't know what they're doing, though. I think they're just hanging around. So here's Wilson. Breaking ball's line fouled on the right field line. Nolan picked up Nolan picked up his 20th and 21st runs batted in this game. Hitting at .347 coming in. 8 runs scored the last 6 games. Mudcats playing for the double play. He fouls that one off. Slow curve at 74, so it's quickly 0-2 on Nolan Wilson. Jordan Lewis will be next. Here's the 0-2 coming up to Wilson. Fouled off again. Oh and 2 on Nolan Wilson out of Roseville, California, University of Nevada in Reno. Right-hander against the left-hander Tyler Lamperti. Breaking ball swung on and fouled in the catcher's glove for the strikeout. So Wilson is out on strikes, first out recorded, and that brings up Jordan Lewis. His first appearance at the plate came on to run back in the 9th inning for Luke Lavin. So Lewis is up here with 1 out and the base is loaded. Swings and fouls that one back to the screen. An 85-mile-an-hour fastball from Lamperti. Dominic Rodriguez scheduled next for the Potters. Here's the 0-1 coming. Breaking ball. Just missed 1-1. Lewis, a right-handed hitter. Waits for the 1-1 from Lamperti. Check swing, did he go? I say no, and everybody else says no, so it's no. 2-1. Two balls, 1 strike. 3 balls, 1 strike. That one was high and outside. One out, we're in the 10th. That's ball 4. So Lewis gets himself an RBI and a base on balls. Church comes across the plate. Higdon moves up, so does Herrera. Potters have scored 1. It's 9-7, and it brings up Dominic Rodriguez, who's been hit by a pitch, walked twice, struck out, and popped out. So he is 0 for 2. Big right-handed hitter up here with the bases loaded, which is kind of the default setting for the Potters in the last 2 innings. Rodriguez hits it high in the air out to right center field. Tag is going to be made. It's short right center field. Catch is made. Here comes the throw. It's going to go to third, and nobody's even leaving. Staying at third base is the Potters. So Rodriguez flies out to center field for the 2nd out, and that brings up J.J. Menacini. But I think we might have a pinch hitter. No, coming out on deck is another hitter, so that's where I saw that. That's Alex Johnson. Okay, so it is Menacini, but he's batting from the right side with 2 outs now. Couple of bunt singles for J.J. Reached on a walk as well. He's 2 for 4. Chops that one back to the pitcher. They're going to go home for the 4th out, and that's the ball game. So the Mudcats pull it out in 10 innings. Final score, Solano Mudcats 9 and the Potters 7. So the Potters won last night, come out, and the Mudcats pulled one out, and they're happy, and they've got a right to be happy as they escaped a bases-loaded, no-out situation in the bottom of the 9th and came up with a 3-run home run by Jake Tandy, who is the hero of the game for the Mudcats, the 3-run home run in the top of the inning. Potters tried to put together a rally in the bottom of the 10th inning, could get one across, but then a flyout and a ground out ended the game for the Potters. Potters back in action against these Mudcats tomorrow down in Fairfield. Reminder, we're back here on Friday, a 6:05 first pitch. It's Star Wars night. We'll entertain the Bay Area Admirals. Once again, the final in 10 innings from McBean Stadium, the Solano Mudcats 9, your Lincoln Potters 7. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.